applause for Social Tweeps, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. On that note, can I please request for our partner presentation, please? Ladies and gentlemen, that's about Social Tweeps for you. Influence with us. Social Tweeps it is. Great stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to get the excitement going on social media. I think the perfect carry forward when it comes to moving forward from Social Tweeps. Everybody is in the world of social media, right? So I'm pretty sure everybody would love to stay engaged with the content that's being currently shared over here. So let me quickly share the hashtag for the day, ladies and gentlemen, is hashtag IDIC 2025. So we look forward to seeing your engaging content on social media, X, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is, the hashtag. Please kindly note it's hashtag IDIC 2025. So please don't forget to tag Exchange for Media on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and X, wherever you are posting. Thank you so much. It's my honor and privilege right now to kind of welcome on stage somebody who's been absolutely at the forefront of shaping conversations around media, marketing, and most importantly, digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, for the welcome address.
Good afternoon. I'm here just to start it. We have a very exciting panel. Mr. Panda, Mr. Dagaonkar, Mr. Nand Kumar, Mr. Soni, Mr. Abdul Rahim, and Harsh is moderating it. So I'm sure they'll be able to give you inputs on culture, commerce, and credibility, the new 3 C's of modern marketing. Today, the Impact Digital Influencer Conference is there. And the theme is Influence 3.0, the age of authentic impact. And dare I say, in life, impact only comes from authenticity in anything, whether in personal life, professional life, in the content business, in the media business, in the business of building brands. Authenticity is what matters. Just to quote a thinker, authenticity is the daily practice of letting go of who we think we are supposed to be and embracing who we are. And as somebody said, be yourself, everyone else is taken. So authenticity is what makes leaders unique, organizations unique. The culture and DNA of each organization and each leader and each influencer is unique. That uniqueness is what draws audiences, organizations, institutions, brands to it. So really, the core rule of building influence is authenticity. Authenticity is what we used to call 25 years back differentiation in some way, though authenticity and differentiation are not synonymous. But if you are differentiated and you remain true to yourself, you become authentic. We started Exchange for Media 25 years back. As I said, we started it to build a B2B e-commerce company, a marketplace for media advertising marketing. Then we became a content place. I've always said that content leads to communities, communities lead to commerce, and commerce leads to compassion. Why I say compassion? At the end of the day, when you made a lot of money, you made a lot of impact, you're famous, the only thing matters is human connect. I said in the morning, the more digital grows, the more AI grows, the value of human touch is only going to become more premium. The amount of time you spend without your phone will be more important than time you spend with your phone. And we do spend a lot of time on phones. So I don't want to, I am a learner, I'm a student, so I'll learn from you. But I can only say that culture, commerce, and credibility, which the panel will talk about, lead to building experiences and marketplaces, which in some way build businesses and brands. Exchange for Media has been at the forefront of bringing content to you in this space. Recently, I started a podcast. I'll do a monthly podcast. It's called The Dropout. I then realized there is a movie called Dropout, which I'd watched, but it did. And I always said that, I went to an engineering school, went to a business school, and I enjoyed that, and I'm blessed and I'm grateful that my parents got me those opportunities. My MDI form was got by my father, that's how I applied. But these days, last night I met a young boy on the flight. He was sitting next to me, and I started chatting with him in some context. And then he said, I write scripts. So I said, okay, how did you get into this? And then I asked him, what's your age? He said, 18. So I started this podcast called The Dropout. My first guest was almost 25 years old. He, his name is Vedant Laba. He runs a sneaker store in Bandra, and, he'd come to me last December for funding. And then I realized I know his dad very well. But my other guest, who I got in November, he's 19 years old. His name is Anurag Krish. He runs a $30 million gaming fund. He's 19. He runs a $30 million gaming fund. And of course, he had a certain lineage. So he started sitting with his father and mother in investment meetings there, private equity guys, and he learned along the way. And when I met these two guys, they were very comfortable in their skin. I was actually enjoying my conversation and learning from them. And many years back, I realized that reverse mentoring is the most important thing for people like me, because I'm too busy in doing what I do. And I only learn when I might meet people who are younger mostly and doing things differently than I do. Their authenticity is what makes them an influencer in their domain. And the young boy I met yesterday, and he said, he's in 12th. My son is in 12th. He's a little older than my son. And he said, I'm going to drop out and I'm going to make my own movies. This is an 18-year-old boy. So the point I'm trying to make is that they were very, very authentic, and they left an impact on my mind. In a world of influencers, nano influencers, micro communities, what matters is the sphere of influence, the number of followers, the number of likes, the quality of engagement. But what matters is the unique, sharp point of view and the unique relationships you have with your sphere of influence or your community. Community as a word I learned 35 years back, and translated in Hindi it means samudaya. I think what matters is the credibility you have in your community. Does your word stand out? Do people believe you? There's a difference between attention and authority. You can get attention, but do you have an authoritative voice in any domain? So whatever you do, retain your authenticity. Authenticity is your ticket to influence, and making an influence leads to impact, which necessarily may not be in business terms, but may be in terms that really give back to the society. So I wish all the marketeers, agency ecosystem partners, platforms that are part of the E4M Impact Digital Influence Conference today, a day of authentic learnings. You learn from your panelists, you may learn from other panelists. And in the morning, we had our Digital 40 Under 40 awards. I heard the speeches of the 37 winners that came, 3 didn't come. And I was really, I didn't have my phone for almost 1.5 hours. I said to myself, and I don't mean it in a cliched manner, that I felt very secure about the future, that you have such humane, bright, and most importantly, very conscientious people at the helm of affairs, and because they're 36, 37, 38, 39, they only get bigger spheres of influence. Our industry will reinvent itself. That's what I felt, because there's sometimes too much talk, gloom and doom, AI taking away jobs, taking away business models, and that's also happening. But I think human beings are more creative than machines, and ultimately we'll find a way to use the tools that are being created to create real influence and authentic impact. On this note, I want to congratulate my team. I've realized after being an entrepreneur for 25 years that the only thing that separates us from what we do is the quality of a team, their level of involvement, their passion, their detailing, and their taking this mission as a mission, not just a job. So I want to thank the Exchange for Media team, Michelle, Sanyogita, Vivek, and another 10 colleagues that work with them who put this together. Please give them a big round of applause. They are the reason every week we are able to do industry pioneering initiatives and be face to face with you. In the evening, we have the Exchange for Media Influencer of the Year award. We have the Impact Person of the Year, but the Impact Person of the Year we do through voting. So 10 years back, we said sometimes we felt that we should give it to somebody, but in the process that we've created for our award, we have to follow it. We won't be able to get to that person who we thought should. So we created the E4M Influencer Award, which is done by the editorial board of Exchange for Media. Today we give it to Kartikeya Sharma, and we announced the award much before he was announced as the head of the merged entity of Omnicom and IPG. That's at 6 p.m. Then we have the ICMA, which is the Content Marketing Award. So I wish you a day of connectivity, learning, and deep impact. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all please clap a little louder? Let the decibels go higher for Dr. Batra's empowering words, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll once again remind everybody to please kindly use the hashtag. The hashtag for the day is hashtag IDIC2025. So please do tag Exchange for Media on your Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever social media posts that you're engaging with. And we would love to reshare and be a part of your celebration. Thank you. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be beginning with the first session. This is going to be a panel discussion. I'll quickly request for 6 chairs on stage, please, so that we can accommodate all our speakers and our moderator. We'll request for 6 chairs on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the moment that we are going to be discussing right now is culture, commerce, and credibility, the new 3 C's of modern marketing. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be a very, very important discussion on culture, commerce, and credibility, how they're interrelated. The new 3 C's of modern marketing. As we all know that today's marketers are navigating the fragmented audiences, shifting cultures, and a creator ecosystem that evolves faster than ever before. This session explores the foundations of long-term brand creator partnerships, community-led ecosystems, and meaningful engagement beyond just the vanity metrics. We have some incredible speakers joining us over here for this session. Can we move a little faster with the chairs, please? Request for the water bottles as well on that for all our speakers. Once all the chairs are ready on stage, I'm going to be announcing our speakers and moderator. And I'll request everybody to please kindly keep the mobile phones in silent mode. This is where the validation of the videographer becomes very important, because we have multiple speakers joining. We don't want anybody to be cropped out, right? So, is everybody coming in the frame, sir? Everybody coming on the frame? Superb. Okay. 6 chairs on stage, 6 mics. Can we have the water bottles as well, please? Placed quickly. 6 water bottles, please. Thank you. थैंक यू सो मच. सेंटर नहीं है तो सेंटर कर देते, फिर थोड़ा सा और इसको इस तरफ कर देते. हाँ, just push them a little that side, please. You're talking about the tables or the chairs? दोनों ना. Which is why I asked before. Equally, you can space them out. Yes, thank you. Yeah, too close. Yeah, we can move this. Thank you so much. All right. Nothing much left for me to introduce, as you can all see the display, but then it's my humble honor and privilege to welcome on stage as an esteemed panelist, Gaurav Dagaonkar, co-founder and CEO Hooper. A big round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. My next speaker, Krishnadas Nandakumar, Senior Vice President, Tata Consumer Products. A big round of applause for him as well, please, as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you, sir. I request Gaurav Soni, Head of Media, Perfetti Van Mel, to please kindly join us on stage. Good to have you again. My next speaker is Abhinash Panda, Digital Lead Brand Portfolio, Zydus Wellness. Thank you so much, Mr. Panda. Next speaker is Fauzan Abdul Rahim, founder Social Tweeps. Thank you so much. And to moderate this session, we have Harsh Kapadia, Chief Creative Officer, Grey India. Now this might be a tussle, but I just want to ensure that everybody is seated as per the photo framing. Aesthetics ka zamana hai, social media is important, right? So we don't want to misalign anybody. Everybody seated as per the photo order? So yeah. Bit of cardio before the session goes on. But as you can see, sir, the timers are there right in front of you, and over to you. We look forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you all of you for being here. You know, culture, commerce, and credibility. I mean, they're three different words, but they're so intertwined, right? At the end of the day, we're either running brands or we're helping brands grow their business. And, you know, which is obviously a big part of commerce, but commerce is evolving every day. How we transact, whether it be cash or whether it be UPI or whether it be credit card, our abilities to transact are ever evolving and ever changing as a business and as a consumer as well. But with that comes culture, and then there's credibility. Who do I believe, right? In fact, we heard Anurag earlier today talking about an 18-year-old having a multi-million-dollar business as well. Right? And then you have the old players who are saying we've been here for years. You know, credibility plays a big role. Before we get into the intertwining of the three things, let's talk a little bit about, you know, credibility. What it takes to maintain credibility and also grow credibility. You know, Abhinash, maybe we start with you on how you do that with Zydus Wellness.
Yeah, so definitely credibility is an important imperative step while we're evaluating the influencer. Let's start from the evaluating of the influencer. So we do it like both way, in the qualitative way and the quantitative way. Quantitative way, of course, we know about that engagement rate, views, and the kind of response rate what we are getting. But the most important thing, the most filter is the qualitative way. Think about one of our brands is Everyuth. It's a leading skincare brand and it has a very good market share in the scrub and the peel-off category. So we define the TZ. So it's important that our persona of the influencer should sync up with the archetype of the TG. Yeah. So we define it as a Everyuth girl. Yeah. Every youth girl think about, say, CJ college goes, she listens to her heart. She's not much into lifestyle. She doesn't do much makeup. So while selecting the right influencer, we also go to the profile and we check that whether the influencer shouldn't be much into lifestyle. We filter those attribution of the influencer. So that's important, like both from the qualitative and the quantitative aspects. Then only we can move to the credibility part.
Right. Krishnadas, I know we talked a little bit about backstage, and we were talking about two different markets and how the same brand behaves differently, right? And yet it's credibility. And with the internet all being interspersed, like I know my algorithm is completely messed up, right? So I'm getting content from different parts of the world right now, but it's the same person absorbing it all. How do you see that? Because I know there's a difference in how you behave as a brand in two different markets as well.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, thank you for having me on the panel. A pleasure to be here. Tata Consumer acquired Organic India. It's been a little more than a year. I think it's important to understand a little bit about the history of this brand, actually, to answer that question. Organic India was founded way back in the 90s, more than 2 decades. Two founders who were originally non-Indian. They came to India and they wanted to do something to protect the traditional agricultural practices. And that was the intent. And we spoke about purpose, right? So they had a noble intent, and they also wanted to make products which healed people and planet at the same time. This was way back in the 90s. And to do that, they had to first go and convince one farmer in UP to start growing organic, which was not really a very familiar thing at that point in time, and that too tulsi, which was not a farmed crop. So one farmer believed in them, started doing it. Then he convinced other farmers in his vicinity. And today, more than 2,000 farmers work directly with Organic India to produce authentic organic products. So that actually helped the brand grow, and that was the common thread which drove a lot of credibility for the brand for the last 20 odd years to make it what it is today. But the last 4 to 5 years, maybe COVID became an accelerator. A lot of brands have started talking clean label, authentic, organic produce. So, and people today have access to technology. So there is a lot of skepticism that is building in. And hence it becomes even more important for brands to dial up vectors of credibility. So when we acquired, what we realized is, we've been a pioneer. Organic India has been a pioneer in this space. So the first thing that we did is to reinforce the vector of credibility. And that's when we got on board a celeb for India, none other than Sachin Tendulkar, who epitomizes in a way credibility, trust. He's done it consistently over a long period of time. So while pharma was one reason to believe that our product is authentically organic, we also started highlighting other aspects of what makes the products authentically organic. So I think, and obviously we are also using influencer, the ecosystem, other known credible voices to spread the message, reinforce, to stand amidst the clutter. So while that's a strategy in India, in US where we have a significant business, while the fundamental remains the same, the execution is a bit different. We don't use a celebrity there, for instance. We use long-term partnerships with influencers who actually have been there with us for a long period of time, who dial up. But there, probably we don't talk about global certifications. We don't talk about testing. Probably they dial up the farmer story more because that's a matured market. People understand organic. So there, I think while the fundamentals remain the same, the execution is a little different. So that's where I would, leave this topic. Yeah.
You reminded me of a personal story. Me and my wife have been looking for organic milk for a while because we with all the stuff mixed, we want the kids to be having organic milk. And every time we've called someone, the different partners for milk, everyone just nods to it saying, yeah, it's organic. But when you actually ask them what is organic, the answers are also very different. So it was interesting what you were saying about the maturity of the market, not only on the consumer side, but also on the seller side as well.
Absolutely. So it's important to really understand what's the consumer task and accordingly decide how you use your influencer strategy to build that credibility. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. My next question is more for Gaurav. Gaurav, you're sitting at the intersection of, with Perfetti Brands. You have a completely different approach to, things compared to, how Organic India does things. I mean, you are in the center of pop culture, if you will, with the brands you have, and you're talking to, I wouldn't say you're talking to a younger audience. You're talking to an audience that probably is a little bit more, is evaluating your brands and your products differently, or they're in a different mindset, when they are approaching Organic India with what they want to do, but pop culture is a big part of how your brand stays relevant, and there is a fine line between the brand owning it and letting the influencer propel it versus the influencer taking the limelight. And where do you strike that balance, when you're going to market with that?
So I really had this hard time in understanding why most of the influencer campaigns fail, if at all they fail. So as per me, if any influencer campaign fails, it's not because the content or the creator is not right. It's because the wrong person is saying the right things. I say this often, culture decides who gets to speak, and commerce decides how loud a brand should speak. And an ideal way is culture should always lead and commerce should always follow. Commerce should not dictate what culture should say. Unfortunately, advertisers like us, they treat creators like media inventory and not cultural voices. What is a cultural fit? Cultural fit is if you are talking about relevance, if you are authentic, if you are in the same tonality of your brand, and then you absolutely are cultural fit. So we often ask this question to our partners and to my team. Whenever you evaluate an influencer campaign or a creator campaign, of course, reach and cost is one of the most important aspect, but do ask this question to yourself: does this person naturally fit to the conversation you want to be part of? Does their tonality, their humor, their language, their habits is as same as of the brand and of the audience lives? If the answer is no, then trust me, no amount of views can fix it. You burn as much money as in a campaign, but it'll not translate into anything because you're just force fitting your brand into that specific creator and that specific content. Specifically for a brand like us, we sell candies. No, it's fun. It's prize there to be won. There is no science to it. There is no. You don't need to explain your consumers too much about the benefits or non-benefits of having a candy. It's shareable. It's nostalgic. It's everyday fun. So creators don't need to generally oversell our products. They just need to have those moments of shareability, of enjoyability, which people are already doing it with their partners or their loved ones. If we do the content right way, how the audience is also perceiving, I think then we are culturally fit. And there's again a cultural test we also do while selecting a creator campaign. If we remove the brand from the content creator and the creators still post the same stuff, then I think it's a right culture fit. So for example, for one of our brands, for mentors, we associated with Munna Bhai. There was no relation for brand and then the creator. We were asking him to do something else out of his personality, but he is known for Munna Bhai. But we got a lot of pushback from our partners and from the creator. But when he listened to him, we were genuinely very happy because we didn't force fit our brief to the creator. We listened to the creator and we found a sweet spot of how we can marry our brand with the creator's narrative. And then the commerce eventually follows. It depends on you how much money do you want to put into commerce. For us, commerce should be, the brand should be largely visible. You should have a clear CTA to it. Don't confuse the audience. And then eventually you will get to see the results.
I mean, there's partly, it's almost treating the influencer kind of as your audience and your ambassador. They play a dual role, right? Because if they don't appeal to your audience and they don't appeal to brand, like you said, they could say whatever they want. everyone's just going to move
Exactly,
on.
and audience are smart these days. They identify if a person is trying to oversell any brand or so. So I think brands really need to understand because creators knows their audience more than anybody else does.
Yeah.
So I think we should it's always should be culture first, and commerce I think should follow culture, and then I think we get to see the results.
Great. Well, thank you. Fauzan, you obviously with Social Tweebs, you closely work with creators on the other side. Some of these gentlemen here probably are, demanding things that you maybe disagree with, right? How do you really manage the relationships between brand and influencers, if you will? Because yes, there's data. Yes, this is the right person. But I'm just building upon what Gaurav was saying, and you could get whoever you want, but if it's not the right fit, if they're not using the right, it might be the right person but using the wrong words, or wrong person using the right words, it's not going to work, right? At that point, all that data goes for a toss.
Right.
Right. And I think it's a fine balance, because obviously the guys here are pressured with conversion, and your agency is pressured with, we got to entertain or there will be no engagement. And then you have the influence who has their own point of view, and you're probably somewhere in the middle going, but guys, I'm telling you, this might work or that might work.
Basically, the role is of joining the dots.
Yeah.
Right. So just to quickly take you a little background of who we are. So we've been in the business for last, I think, 12 years now on the Ventus Avenues. We were a big performance marketing agency, and we've been working with all agencies over the last 12 years. Post-COVID, we pivoted into influencer marketing. So it was a natural transition. And the reason we moved into that direction was because we were already in touch with marketers, and we were listening to them and understanding what the problem was. So the problem was that we don't have any data which can justify the spends what we are doing on influencer marketing beyond views, right? And are these really genuine views which are coming through? So to address the first point was, am I working with the right influencer? Right? Is he really making the right noise? And most important, am I reaching to the right audiences? Because he becomes just a mouthpiece, right? The creator becomes a mouthpiece who's trying to reach out to his audiences, right? And the brand's objective is to reach out to the respective audiences. So we started building on the tech. Now, with the tech being there, we can actually analyze and see through a lens to every creator, who or she is, what kind of content he or she is creating, what are the audiences, are these audiences really consuming the content which this creator is creating? So I may be a creator with 1 million followers, but out of which how much of those percentage of audiences are consuming the content which the creator is creating?
I followed you once and then I forgot about you after that.
Absolutely, right? Also, what's important is to understand, who are these people? Are they genuine enough?
Yeah.
Or they are just bot followers coming from random places across the globe? See, there are pressures across the system. You have a demand to the creator. I'm paying you this much. I need this much views. But are these views coming in from his audiences, or are these people actually viewing? So if you genuinely see, 90% of the views are coming outside the following base, right? So actually you're working with the creator, keeping in mind, oh, he's making resonating content, I like his piece, he's making really good content, but are the views genuine enough with his own followers? No. Today when we go and meet brands, we see that 30 to 40% of the creators they have worked with have below 50% credibility, below 50%. That means 50% of the monies are going down the rabbit hole. They have no ROI for that. Either they are fake followers, followers from different countries, or dead accounts which are being just used from bot farms and being just followed so that you get your views, and you are like, showing to your management that, oh, I have got these many views. So there's a big ecosystem there. But how do we address that? So when you actually work with data and science, deep dive into every creator, analyze every creator, see what he or she is really creating. Are the audiences genuine enough, right? Am I going to get views right, from his or own followers, then only you first shortlist and say, okay, I want to work with this creator. You set your expectation right with the creator and say, boss, this is what I want. Now, whether you'll be able to deliver that, yes or no. Yes, your content is great. I'm not going to, like Gaurav mentioned, right? He said, we're going to find that sweet spot to work with the creator, give him the creative freedom. But at the same time, I want to ensure that my content which you're creating for my brand is consumed by your audiences. So that's the game.
Yeah.
If you're not getting that right, your money's gone down the rabbit hole.
I think you have a double whammy on authenticity there, right? You need to be authentic to yourself as an influencer and yet not lose the authenticity of the brand. And I think that's
Absolutely.
where, at
Absolutely.
least my observation is, a lot of influencers sometimes, or marketers, miss the mark on that because we're getting to say something that is not natural to them, or they're getting so into salesy mode, they're less of an influence, more trying to play the sales team's job.
True. And we've seen that. I think Gaurav rightly mentioned, right? He's mentioned that if you're going to make it very salesy, people are not interested. Then what are you going to do? You're paying him the buck, so you still want the views. So what are you going to do? You do run ads because you have to justify the spends, right? You've taken a creator, you've given him 10 lakhs, but how do I ensure that 10 lakh ROI is there? So then that's where you have to ensure that you find the right balance to ensure the creative is right, the audiences are right, and I'm getting the ROI.
Yeah, so I'll like to add to a point. I think regional and creative nuances are very important. For example, a habit, a joke, a phrase might differ from state to state. Unfortunately, a lot of brand managers are there on, I'm not trying to sell or desell any platform, but they're on Insta.
Sorry?
They're on Instagram. So their first preferred platform becomes Instagram and not any other platform because they are consuming Instagram. For example, if they are North Indians, so their first preferred choice of creators becomes North Indian because they follow them or they see them.
Follow them. Yeah.
But as a brand, we're deeply penetrated. I mean, from across the country, tier 2, tier 3. I think we, as an advertisers and as an agencies and creators, we also need to evolve and form a system where we also get to see, besides the top 10, top 15 creators, there are also thousands of creators who are doing amazing jobs across different geographies. And they're also helping solve different challenges for different brands. But we still have that, I think, freedom to choose the platform which we are on or the creators which we get to see. So I think we somehow we need to evolve that system and somehow to change that habit from our end.
Yeah, and I think that's really refreshing to hear because, given, your own demographic, your own personal taste, that rubs off on the brand as well, while you're really designing the brand for the audience. And I think the culture part, while we say the creativity needs to appeal to culture, I think marketers' personal taste needs to be in line with culture as well. And I think that's where the subjectivity comes in. Because as a creative, there are many times I'll walk into, one of the rooms to present ideas to one of you guys, and I'll be like, I know this is going to work. This is going to be amazing, right? And I think the difference in taste, if you will, or difference in perspective could completely go from the best idea to you just bombed a meeting.
Yeah, of course, yes. And there are a lot of examples. I can quote one of the recent one. We're working with a creator from brands. He gave a really great output to us, but we were not happy with it because it was not based on our brand guardrails, etc. It was brand safe, but it was not as per my brand manager's wish. So we asked them not to post it. Right. Because my brand manager was not happy with the type of content he made because he does not consume that particular content. Right. But then he went to Goa for a chutti and he posted without permission. Of course, that is incorrect, but the content was really nice. We got good responses from that particular content, and that's a learning for us that there should not personal biases of what we are consuming as advertisers, and we should give freedom to the creator community as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just opens up one question, and then Gaurav, I'm going to come to you for the next one. But to what you said, I think this is a open question for actually all three of you. Something interesting you said, it was within brand guidelines and was safe and all that stuff, right? And sometimes you get something unexpected. It may be good. It might be, edgy for the brand or go beyond what you may have planned for the brand. there is so much content noise out there, right? I mean, yes, you could argue one horrible piece of content could bring the brand down. I mean, there are a lot of people you have to answer to when that happens. But when something trends and goes viral, everybody raises their hand going, I was in that room. How open are you as marketers to sometimes, that if I'm briefing out 5 influencers, let's put a one wild card in there, which is not something I'd have approved normally. And let's see what comes back. Because we talk about culture, and culture is constantly evolving. I mean, there's bhajan parties happening today. I don't think my dad ever thought that would happen, right? That is culture. There are things that are going on today which, maybe we didn't grow up on. So it's a question on, and yes, I understand it costs money, but it's also an opportunity to evolve as a brand, right? Probably for some of the Perfetti brands, it's a little bit easier, I would say, on the surface.
It is not, trust me.
But
So if you had asked me this question 3 months back, I would have said no. We really want to be brand safe and on the brand guardrails, etc. But we have also evolved over time, and we're also learning this community is different. The platform algorithms are changing a bit. There is a trend called doom scrolling. There is a trend called bloom scrolling. So we take this liberty for one of our brands, which is Chupa Chups, which is again in the fun zone. And we have taken this learning again from agency partners. They've given us a lot of dope on what other brands are doing and how that is helping them. And you'll get to see something soon for that brand in the coming days. So we are experimenting as we speak.
yeah.
Yeah, just adding on. I don't think there is a common playbook on this. I don't think there is a template, and it actually depends on the categories you operate in. It's not necessary that all categories. Yeah, I mean, you throw a like you said, wildcard out there who probably don't conform to, but there are some categories where it's important to ensure that the core values of the brand, we don't, because some of 30 years, they are not today's brands are just, popped up. They stand for something. And that's the reason why consumers today buy into that brand. So it depends on the category, depends on some brands. It's important that you don't, you decide for yourself whether you want to actually preserve the core values, because the values are not built overnight. It has taken decades to build those core values. So while, yes, you, for playful brands, maybe it makes sense for some content to be edgy, interesting. I think the narrative style can vary, but at the end of the day, if the core values are preserved, probably that makes sense for some categories to operate in. So I don't think there is a common template at the moment. Probably will evolve as we go along.
Yeah. So adding to his point also, like to do's and not to do's would be there with the brand, but the flexibility should be there with the creator. The way they speak, the tonality, the dialect, that should be there. Then they know like how they better connect with the followers. How they can derive better engagement rate. So I think the flexibility should be there at the creator end also.
Cool. How many of you have, thank you for that. Just moving on to another subtopic today. Sure. How many of you have had kids in the last 7 to 8 years here? Anyone in the room, kids last 7 to 8 years? Okay, so I guess a few, the rest of you don't have kids, or you're too young, or what's going on? Coco Melon blew up everyone's minds, right? I mean, that was, while the kids loved it, it was a brain rot for the adults, right? That sound comes on and the kids get excited, the adults are like traumatized by it, and, Gaurav, I wanted to ask you, you do a lot with sound and, identity and music and everything, in recent times, Coco Melon is one of the perfect examples of digital content that triggered emotion, and it was a mixed emotion depending on who you are, kid or parent, right? But that sound in itself represents the brand more than the name itself. And as we're talking about influencers and influence, what role do you see actual sound design playing in there? I'll start with that, and then I have a follow-up question to that as well.
Sure. Thankfully, I've moved from the Coco Melon days. My daughter is 6 now, and she's listening to K-pop, Demon Hunters. But those Coco Melon days kind of trigger a scary feeling when we were barely sleeping. But the just to give you guys a bit of a context, I run a startup called Hooper, and we are a music technology company. We have two broad divisions. The first is providing copyright safe music to content creators and brands. Just found out, in fact, the Social Tweebs has used Hooper. We have over 4 lakh creators today that use the platform, from Ranveer Brar to Ashish Vidyarthi to Sadhguru to even Devendra Fadnavis's YouTube channel. And now we've also got Bollywood music, because we believe that brands, when they use music on social media, should use it responsibly. They need to license music. So that's one part of our business. And a lot of it is working with creators and brands on a day-to-day level when they soundtrack their videos and reels on social media. So that's a very micro usage that happens, sometimes multiple videos a day. Then on the other side, we realize that, okay, we understand a lot about brands. We have over 500 artists. We understand music so well. Why don't we provide some bespoke solutions to large brands in how to leverage music better to tell a story? It was a natural extension. We look at music as an influencer. I truly believe, I was a music director before I started this company. So music is a big influencer, right? आज की डेट में धुरंधर सुपर हिट हुआ तो वो अक्षय खन्ना डांस कर रहा है उस गाने पे, it, you know, slays when that song lands, right? So music is a path breaker, and we have used music to create identities for large brands, songs, sonic identities, and so on. I find this topic really cool because I feel all the good brands that I've worked with, and these could be, so some of our recent clients include ITC Foods, Marico, Ultratech, 2Yum, right? And we've built these IPs for large brands. We've realized that, one, they really know their own audience and their culture very, very well. The same holds true even for good content creators. I've seen somebody like an Ashish Vidyarthi use music so intelligently, you'll think it's a film director. उनके हर YouTube video में इतने intelligently music use करते हैं. Even somebody like a Flying Beast. In our music, because of him, our songs become popular later on Spotify. So number one, this entire bit of knowing your own brand, knowing your culture is super important. The second is, if you do it consistently, you stick to what you believe in as a brand, then you build credibility, you build more trust because you are consistent. I spoke of Dhurandhar, right? We all follow various actors, but one of the guys who stayed consistent in his personality is an Akshay Khanna. चाहे भले ही बाकी लोग कुछ भी कर रहे हैं यार, वो अपना straight है. I don't want to have children. I will not dance outside and so on.
You don't have to listen to Coco Melon.
Exactly. He wouldn't have to listen to Coco Melon. And the third is, when that happens, it automatically leads to commerce. One of the things that Anurag mentioned today was authenticity. I think that is extremely, extremely important. Most good brands here, and probably everybody here, right? Be it a Perfetti, be it a Zydus or a TCPL, they would know their audience very well. But sometimes you have to have some room for experimentation. Okay, recently we were doing a song for Bingo Tede Mede, that's ITC Foods. Okay, and the brand really knew its keywords. They said Bingo Tede Mede is a rebellious brand, it's anti-establishment, and so on and so forth. So we made a song in our brand solutions team. We created a song which had the hook, Kabhi Seedhe to Kabhi Tede Mede, Bingo leke chale, Tede Mede. Idea ये था कि गाने के hook में Tede Mede आना चाहिए. But now who should sing it? This is what you mentioned, right? So the folks in the room, they were senior people, so they believed a Sonu Nigam should sing it. They wanted to launch this product to build awareness in UP and Bihar, right? Now the whole idea of Sonu Nigam comes from a personal taste because the people in that room felt Sonu Nigam is a great singer. But not for this song. If your brand is anti-establishment, rebellious, then you can't have a Sonu Nigam. सोनू निगम गाएंगे तो बड़ा मीठा, कभी सीधे तो कभी टेढ़े मेढ़े, नहीं यार मजा नहीं आएगा. So who else can carry it? Then we thought Mika Singh is the guy. कभी सीधे तो कभी टेढ़े मेढ़े, हाँ ये लगेगा. But Mika Singh यूपी बिहार में relevant नहीं है, तो क्या करें? Then we turned to data finally and we realized there are two guys, Pawan Singh, Khesari Lal Yadav. None of us in the room had heard Pawan Singh songs or Khesari songs, okay? But we said let's go with Khesari Lal. The song trended, super hit. When Khesari came to shoot, here in Film City, everybody from the drivers to the watchmen were running behind him. The brand knew it was super hit hai gana already. So I feel sometimes you have to take that plunge to understand what is going to work for your brand, knowing your culture. If I were to do something, let's say with Tata, we had presented this idea at Brew, which was Swar, say songs without a reason, for Tata Tea, right? They stand for Jagore. So can we have songs that have more depth, more meaning, and we stay consistent? I come from that belief that when you stay consistent with an idea for a long time, वो ना compound होता है पैसे की तरह. When you keep it invested, value investing करते हो तो it compounds. When we chase short-term results, it can go completely haywire. Only a Coke studio, according to me, has stayed consistent for a long time, and we have all seen the results. It's compounded. So these days, what I'm obsessed with, say if I were to work with a Zydus or a Perfetti, right? We had in fact done an IP with Double Mint called Double Mint Fresh Take. And the idea here is, can the brand stay invested in a certain sound, in a certain type of artists, a certain messaging through the music? And we've seen that that starts building culture, that starts building credibility, and eventually it leads to commerce. So I would like to sum it by saying that number one, all good brands here know their audience, they know their culture really well. And yet they may want to take a few risks once in a while. They may want to go out of that box. So sometimes not a Sonu Nigam, but a Kesari Lal Yadav will work for you. You have to stay consistent, and that builds credibility. And eventually the commerce is something that I feel is a byproduct of doing these things right. Right.
Oh, thanks for that. I mean, my follow-up question to that was going to be, you're dealing with two parties just on this topic today, right? We have the brands and you have influencers, right? And like you said, there are brands who use Sonic really well, and then there are influencers who use Sonic very well. Whose Sonic usually ends up being more engaging? When a brand who has a strong Sonic system in place and hires an influencer that also uses Sonic really well? Or is there an opportunity for a remix?
Okay, this is a tricky question, but first I'll tell you that it's very risky when the Sonic is left to the influencer. The influencer used a trending song and bill bichare brand pe fata hai. Because they actually commission folks. इन्होंने trending गाना use कर लिया, and the next thing you know, you've got a lawsuit from a label. So it's very risky when you leave it to the influencer. But I've seen that a brand typically should engage with influencers, as Fauzan was saying. The right people should be engaged. That is very important. Then it's like you've got an expert, now let him or her do their job. Okay, you've got that influencer because you trust their storytelling, you trust their creativity. Then telling them which track to use sometimes becomes a challenge. Let them tell their story their way. Let them figure out what to use. It's important, of course, to make sure that whatever they use is licensed and so on. But I've seen that the ultimate magic today is coming from the end influencer who's out there creating stuff that nobody in a boardroom or a conference room can think of. The individuals left to their own devices, influencers, they're extremely creative, and brands need to have that little bit of trust. I get 100 people, I let them do their job. I feel that is a lot more exciting. Even when we make music for or with brands, I feel at one point sometimes you have to tell a brand, trust us, because it's going to be, you've got us for this particular task, right? Agar aap hi likhoge pura gana, to it will not probably do as well, right? So sometimes it's important to let the intelligence come from the brand and then let the magic come from the influencer.
I like that. Cool. So, you touched a little bit on follower count and metrics and all that. I'm curious to know, with the various categories that you guys have or are talking in, what is your personal criteria that you see as a success metric when you've hired a bunch of influencers?
Sure. I'd like to take that question. So definitely, the matrices are there, like engagement rate, how much views, how much people are commenting on that content. But if I say, like, if I'm doing a big budget campaign, then I also check the SOV. Yeah. So in this, for example, I'm doing a campaign on Everyouth, and in the skincare category or within that subcategory, how much SOV it's driving compared to the competition. Also, if you do a high budget campaign, you can see the spike on the search also. There is a search lift we see. When I'm talking about search, I'm not talking about only Google search. I'm talking about search across e-com platform also. If you do a big budget campaign on influencer, you can see that spike in the line graph. So definitely SOV would be another factor, search lift, the delta would be another factor. And of course, the media metrics would be there to engagement rate, how much response rate I'm getting, how much video views I have got. And that also depends on the kind of, what's the objective of the campaign. If I'm doing a campaign to drive category penetration, if I want to drive more reach, then views could be the KPI. Yeah. If I want a deeper conversation, then how much comments I'm getting and what type of comments I'm getting, that would be the KPI. So, yeah.
What are you guys' criteria for?
Yeah. So, see, for us as a marketer, your brief starts with the marketing metrics that you want to move. It's typically brand health scores, right? Your mind measures. So today, a lot of D2C brands, a lot of online brands talk about the bottom funnel metrics. Yes, that is commerce. But for example, a lot of established brands, I mean, he spoke about Jagore. Now, Jagore is a social cost asset that we've built over the last 20, 25 years. We don't do commerce there. It is a catalyst to move the equity, right? So what we do on Jagore will never have a direct commerce metric to measure. It's largely going to be, now we can connect back. Are we creating a community out there? What's the community really doing? Originally, when Jagore was born, it was just a one-way communication to the audience. We put up, because obviously technology was not there the way it is today.
Yeah.
It was TVCs that spoke about corruption. It was about some other social cause. And then as we moved along, the last installment of the campaign was about making positive climate change, everyday actions. But then we leveraged tool. We realized that we've been carrying this community along with us. And the technology gave an opportunity for that community to actually come, take photos of those small positive actions that they do for the planet, and then they post it and then they get rewarded. As a brand, we then plant trees. There are a lot of executions to it, right? So what it moves for us is not direct commerce metric. What it moves for us is brand health, equity. So for us, for some of the established brands, I think the metrics always stand from equity objectives. But then there are brands which are largely online, digital, where commerce is important. So again, it is subject to what the task is really.
Great. I mean, yeah.
I often say this to my agency: if likes paid the bills, then marketing would be easy. But unfortunately, they don't. But yeah, having said that, likes and views are very important for any campaign. I think these are not just vanity metrics, but that is a campaign hygiene, which I think every marketer and every agency should have in place. But the true success of a creator campaign lies what happens after when you create that content. And it differs from category to category. For example, in a high involvement category, if I were to sell let's say a high-end smartphone, and I do a creator campaign, one comment on asking what the feature about the phone, I think is far more important than 100 and 1,000 of likes. And for a low involvement category, which is like brands of Perfetti, we don't just evaluate the success of campaigns on likes and views, but what happens after that. For example, we ask the creator to create content which is more shareable, which is more playable, which is, we have a lot of different metrics in the platforms now, which is more reposted. People sharing it with their friends, people watching it repeatedly. We did a campaign with one of our brands called Center Fresh on Overthinking. It is nothing to do with mental health, but it's fun overthinking. For example, an average, so we did a research with YouGov. For example, an average Indian Gen Z takes about 4 hours to upload an Instagram story because they overthink which song to put in the background.
Usually we get less time in the agency world.
Usually,
We don't usually get 4 hours to get a story up.
yeah, but apparently these people get a lot of time. So we didn't choose big creators specifically for this campaign because every creator, I believe, has a different metric and different objective for it. Some may get you reach and views, some will get you more engagement, some will get you more conversation. So we typically picked creators which will drove more conversations for us, and fortunately we were able to drive a lot of conversations. So while creator posted stuff on how and why they overthink, not in a very funnier manner, but we saw people were also posting stuff on Instagram that how do they overthink when they have to overthink, and that was a success metric for us. We did a social listening for a campaign. How many people are speaking about overthinking as a subject? How many people are posting stuff organically on overthinking? And we got great results. So views, and I'll say views and likes are important, but what lies for the brand after when the content is posted, I think is something to look forward for.
Fauzan, anything different than
Yeah, I have a very different take to this because what I feel is when you are in this working in this creator ecosystem, what's very important is to analyze the creator, look into the matrix, right? And there's no standardized formula for every brand which everybody has to follow because every brand is in a different journey, right? So everybody needs to look into the creator insights, the audience insights, and see where they have found a sweet spot where they can marry each other and extract the maximum out of it, right? And that's where you see the best outcome coming in for the whatever the commercial, the reel, the story which the creator has created. So it's very important that you look into the data a lot more with the lens so that you can analyze a lot more and you're at least sure that you're going to be there 50-60% of the outcome is there and you're kind of safe because it's very very unpredictable because you're working in such a dynamic environment, right? Because you have no control over the content or the kind of reel the creators creating. So what you need to do is really deep dive and see, am I reaching out to my audiences? Is the creator right and is credible, genuine, creates resonating content for and has a good history to his content which he or she has created, and then marry it with the audiences. Again, the audience insights will work, not work, and then move on.
so Gaurav, I have another question for you. Exhausted of staring at my screen because whether it be doom scrolling, whether it be when I'm finally not doom scrolling, some OTP will come through. Like I sometimes feel like I just need another device just for all my OTPs. But there are times when I don't want to stop absorbing stuff. My brain is constantly ticking, but maybe my eyes don't want to absorb it. And podcasts and audio-driven channels, there is a huge potential for that. One, cost-wise, it's cheaper to make relative to visual cues. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of brands maybe haven't yet really dug into an audio-first approach to influencing consumers. What is your take, just because you live in this world of sound, what is your take on a brand stepping into maybe thinking sound first, maybe thinking audio only? Now whether it is through music like Coke Studios or whether it is, I mean, they did video as well, but they could have very easily just been an audio platform, right? Or just being audio, like talking, not music,
Sure, I think I truly believe that music is not explored to its potential by brands. We all know that music plays an important part in our lives. I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't listen to music. Ultimately, all brands, they're made up of human beings, they're selling to human beings, and music is a part that we should leverage. I probably, despite running a music company, would not say audio only approach because visual is a very crucial medium, so that has to be there. But the challenge that I have seen when we work with brands is that, see, they typically work with agencies, media agencies, creative agencies who are not specializing in music. Just the way for influencers, you need somebody who's a specialist in influencers. Similarly, in music, you need somebody who can think that, okay, if, say, Zydus wants to do something in music across the year, what can we build which stays true to the brand and compounds over a period of time? The same for any other brand over here. when we started this, we realized that most brands, they have one activity that they do in music. Thoda spike aata hai. Then they don't know what to do next. They move on to something completely different. Say you did music in March, in April you're doing pickleball or something like that, right? Great, that's fine. But you need to have a consistent layer of music happening throughout, right? And that consistency is very, very important. And that sonic identity, that music should become the soundtrack for your brand. Today there was a news that Sanjay Leela Bhansali and Saregama, they tied up, right? Now, if any of you, I ask you to picturize Sanjay Leela Bhansali's visuals and music, there is a consistency in that. Even if somebody else might be doing fun, time pass music or party anthems, he did not go ahead. He believes in his story. Similarly, every brand here has a certain ethos, a certain persona, and they need to have music that goes well with it. Something that Gaurav mentioned and even Krishna mentioned, I would like to say, it's important sometimes to know the objective of what you want to do. So while music will happen, we are working with one brand, which is a BFSI brand. They want to build a year-long label kind of a thing in music with the idea, exactly what Krishna mentioned, there is no commerce angle at all to it. It is, we believe in this and we want to support the kind of music which tells our story in parallel. We know it will compound, it will probably underline our brand. And we've also, the Tede Mede example, right? When we first started, he was very clear ki mujhe wo top of mind spawned, these matter to me. I do need to prove that this campaign works. We launched Himalaya's strawberry lip balm late last year around this time, and we took Monali Thakur. We created a phenomenal anthem. The idea there was social engagement. We were very clear that across the next 3 months, the number of shares, the number of conversations need to go up and the product needs to take off. So that objective is important. Whether you use music, let's say in the short run or long run, it's important what you want to do. But I think what I'm passionately these days trying to sit with brands to unlock is, and we're seeing that response, how does a brand have a soundtrack? Every single brand today has a persona. If they have a persona, then they will have their own sound, they will have their own soundtrack. And it's actually not that expensive today to make music or to create it in a sustainable manner. The effects are mind-numbing if you stick to it. Whatever a brand does, they shouldn't do it just, for a short run and depart. Then uska effect build nahi hota.
Okay. One last question. We have 30 seconds to go. It's going to be a rapid fire. We haven't planned for this. Influencers having to have degrees or actually be experts to be influencers. I feel in India, everyone's an influencer. I think our ratio of people who create content is way higher than other stuff at the moment. Some of your brands probably would benefit with a rule like that, when it comes to credibility. Some of you might not. Just as marketers and business owners, quick answer, do you think India should do that? And if yes, why?
I'll go first. I don't think we need a law. I'll tell you what's happening because privy to half of my brand sitting in US, right? There's a platform called Expert Voice, which we leverage in the US. Expert Voice is where certified professionals, be it a certified health professional, a retail associate, they have credible, they can only sign up on that portal if they are certified or scaled in a certain way. And they get to use a product, they're incentivized to use, test, and then what they put out there is in a way advocacy. It's like, a very distant example is what an urban company today, for example, does, right? They've kind of made a disorganized ecosystem into much more organized. Those guys coming there are having basic skill sets and they're certified, etc., etc. So if we are able to leverage it or create such platforms, I think there are versions of it, but probably, it will be something that agencies can look at, an Expert Voice equivalent. A lot of brands which actually need to work in trust deficit categories can really leverage. So that's some learning that we have in another developed part of the world. Yeah. So we don't need a law. We need more tools and platforms.
Right.
Yeah, I believe in health and wellness category there could be law, because I believe there is a lot of misinformation which is across the social environment. So there should be strict law for at least for health and wellness category, and there could be on few more categories. Yeah.
Right. All right.
The products we sell, no laws needed, but definitely there should be some regulation, some structured way we should be put into this entire community.
Awesome. I mean, if you need an expert for candy eating, I can join you for that. I
Definitely.
mean, that could need some expertise. But thank you all of you for joining us this morning. Hopefully you heard something that you haven't heard before, and this unpacked some new stuff for you guys, and to see how these minds work as well. And hopefully the sound of Coco Melon won't leave your minds all day long. Thank you so much, and hopefully we see some splash made in culture that converts more business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to remain on stage. Culture, commerce and credibility have never blended so wonderfully before, sir. I'll request you to remain on stage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be requesting Vikram Chandiramani, celebrated astrologer and columnist with BW Business World, to kindly please come up on stage and felicitate our speakers over here. A big round of applause for Mr. Chandiramani as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll request you to kindly give the token of appreciation. Can we have the token of appreciation for our speakers? And once all the giveaways are done, we are going to be doing a nice group photograph as well with all of them. Fantastic stuff. Can I have a big round of applause for this incredible panel, please? I'll request you to remain on stage. All of you, can I please request you to come forward? We don't want the tables to photobomb any of the photo opportunity. So I'll request everybody to remain over here. And ladies and gentlemen, all of you have the power to clap and appreciate. You can see the magic unfold right in front of you. If you clap and appreciate, you see them smiling. It's a direct result of that. Thank you so much for being such wonderful speakers. We look forward to having all of you the next time as well when we do this. Been an honor and privilege to hear all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be breaking for lunch. So please enjoy your meals, and we'll be back very, very soon, shortly, with the second half. Thank you so much. Chew your food slowly, but we don't really have that much of time over here. I'll request everybody to assemble once again for the second half in the next 40 minutes so that we can resume again on time. So the lunch break is going to be for 40 minutes, and then we'll be resuming once again. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Sorry, not good evening yet. Good afternoon to one and all. Time is flying very, very swiftly. Maybe in that moment I also said evening, but then good afternoon to one and all. Thank you so much. I hope you all had a good lunch. Did you all enjoy your meal? Can I have a raise of hands? Whoever is not, we are giving them more plates. So you got to finish that food then. Huh? So if you have enjoyed your food, you may raise your hands, and don't worry, we are not kind of bombarding you with food. We will save your appetite for dinner as well, not to worry. But thank you so much. Quick request to one and all, some of the chairs over there at the back, some of the guests over there at the back, if you can please come forward, because we have some panel discussions coming up. So if we have the chairs over here at the front occupied first, that would be really nice. So basically, if I can request all of you at the back to kindly please come forward. Trust me when I say this, this is no school scenario where, you know, students are being picked from behind and they're like कि questions पूछे जाएंगे, वैसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला. This is just to ensure that our speakers are at their motivated best avatar when they're speaking in the next session, because it's always wonderful to see a full house in front of you, right? So that's exactly what it is. So requesting everybody to please fill in the chairs over here at the front first. Thank you so much, all three of you. Thank you so much. Can we have more people at the back to come forward, please? No, it's not occupied. Oh, okay, yeah. So the ones which are not occupied, ma'am, you may take those. Yeah, please, feel free. There's a free space. You can do whatever you want. Thank you. Just getting ready with things. We'll be having our speakers coming very, very shortly. So we're just getting ready for the speakers and then we'll be moving forward shortly. In the meantime, the console can play the event presentation for all of us, for all you esteemed audience. Can you please play it?
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network, Coldensor Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 Under 30. which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact Magazine.
Thank you so much for all those wonderful presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, can I once again have a big round of applause for Exchange for Media Group, please, from all of you. The big round of applause is not really sounding as a big round of applause. Yes, now it sounds like one. Thank you so much. All of you have been very, very kind. Thank you so much for helping us resume as per our time post-lunch. We will now be moving forward, but prior to that, it's my humble honor and privilege to express our gratitude to our co-partner, Social Tweebs. Social Tweebs, ladies and gentlemen, influence with us. That's what they do. Social Tweebs influence with us. And of course, me saying about them I can keep going on and on when it comes to saying about them. But of course, a special presentation will help all of you understand the incredible work that they do. So can we please play the presentation of Social Tweebs, influence with us.
Then it doesn't look like a part of my life.
What if the digital world wasn't a crowded place, but an open stage? What if your audience wasn't just watching, but waiting? We're Tweebstars. They are the rainmakers who bagged us brands like Samsung, Harley, Intel, Cetaphil, and more. Literally more. I mean, over 7,000 creators across India trust Social Tweebs and Tweebstars for exciting collaborations because of our Tweeb tool. Think of this as your AI-powered co-pilot in the creator universe. Analyzing millions of data points with 95% accuracy, it uncovers the smartest growth strategies and the most impactful collaborations. It's not just extensive data, it's your roadmap to success. Hence, the creators say,
Hi, my name is Bahar.
Hi, my name is Kaiser Vagila.
This is Gurleen, and it's always been a wonderful experience working with Social Tweebs. Lots of love.
The vibes are amazing.
Thank you, Social Tweebs, for such a wonderful experience.
We had great fun shooting with the team.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for having
us, Social Tweets.
Big thanks to
Social Tweets.
and Tweebstars.
Tweetstars for having me here. It's wonderful.
They're really supportive, very responsive.
I think as a team, they were fabulous together.
I can't wait to work again.
Cheers.
Fantastic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Social Tweebs influence with us. So everybody looking forward to moving ahead in the world of influencing content. Social Tweebs is the platform that you need to go forward with. Thank you so much. Talking about moving forward, we'll now be moving forward to the panel discussion. This is going to be on the topic of the new power players, community-led influence. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is going to be about the new power players, community-led influence. You know, as you all know, that influence now lives in communities, niche, regional, passionate, loyal. And of course, this panel is going to be exploring how creators and content creators, the influencers who build communities, not just the audiences, are driving higher trust, deeper engagement, and most importantly, hyper-targeted impacts. I'm going to be introducing our panelists, and I'll be requesting them to take their seats as per the order of the photographs that you will see over there on stage. So my distinguished panelists include names like Tripti Pathak, content creator. A big round of applause for Tripti Pathak, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request Tripti to please join me on stage. My next speaker is Saloni Daimi, actress and content creator. A big round of applause for Saloni as well, please. Thank you so much. A lot of familiar faces out here. Thank you. My next speaker is Darshan Magdam, singer, very popularly known for his voice and charm. Congratulations and big round of applause for Darshan as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My next speaker is Manish Kharage, who's a gaming creator. Can we have Manish over here, please? Absolutely phenomenal, the gaming domain. My next speaker is Sara Sarosh, who's a popular beauty influencer. Give her a big round of applause as well, please. And the session is going to be chaired on stage by Rupa Murtkar, who's the Vice President Marketing of Chulail Private Limited. I hope I got the pronunciation right of Chulail. Validation always important. Thank you so much. I hope everybody is seated as per the photo arrangement. Aesthetics is important. You all know it more than anybody else, right? Creators. So the timer is right there in front of you, and over to you. You can take it forward. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Can I get a good afternoon from all of you, please? I know the post-lunch session is a big task on me that's been set up or strapped to my back, I would say. Good afternoon. A little louder, good afternoon. Can we please have a big round of applause for our amazing panelists sitting here? Louder, please. I am hoping and I'm believing you had really amazing lunch. Yeah, good. So, yeah, we are here to talk on how our new power players are leading the community influence. And I'm really glad to be a chair on this session. So, I'll start with you, Trupti. Let's say, yeah. So, you're a content creator and brands place a lot of trust in you. How, you ensure that brands keep placing this trust in you without having the traditional celebrity fame that comes along?
Okay, it's also because I think now the brands also understand that trust travels faster than fame. So when they're reaching out to us, a creator like me, they're not just buying the reach or borrowing the reach, they're also borrowing the credibility that I bring to the table. So for a creator like me, I think we sit in this sweet spot where we are not a very invisible, personality. And at the same time, we are also, not very big name, not a very big name or a big celebrity. So it's not that the audience cannot reach out to me. And the audience has also become very smart in the sense that they call out the hypocrisy like instantly. So if I'm not being honest or true to myself, they'll call it out. So I think that's what brands have also understood now. And that is why they reach out to a creator like me.
Very good. A sweet spot wherein you said how trust travels more than fame. And about talking about audience, a very relevant point. On the same point, Sarah, I come to you. The same question, especially for beauty as a space, when brands rely largely on representing beauty as a segment. Similarly, how do you maneuver this task of managing content creation without having the traditional fame?
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah, and I started creating content with the sole purpose that I don't want to use filters on my videos. I don't want to have to show my skin a certain sort of way. And I think that's exactly what she said, that when a celebrity goes on a TV set, on a movie set, or on this, they are prone to editing. They are prone to looking a certain sort of way. And growing up, we were conditioned to look at them and want to look like them. What social media allows us to do is to look at a certain person who has a following and be like, oh wow, I can be like this person. I don't have to look perfect. I don't have to have a clear skin. I don't have to have the perfect body type. I will still fit in, and someday maybe I'll also be there. So it's a certain sort of aspiration that the community reaches out for, and that's what they always bring the real conversation. They've brought the real scenario. Today, content creators are fearless. If it's a spade, it's a spade. It's a cock, it's a cock. It's not masked into something else. And I think that's very, very important for today's generation, especially the Gen Z is extremely sensitive and they call out bullshit like this, they are not going to take your bullshit. So if there's a filter online, which is like there on your face and you're promoting a skin serum, they can see it. Back then when we had hair care video ads, they used to be like these smooth hair ads, which were like super frizz-free, shiny, absolutely unrealistic hair care ads. Today, when we promote hair masks and beauty products for hair, we don't have to, show our hair a certain way. My hair doesn't even look like this naturally. And when I'm promoting a hair mask, I keep my hair exactly how it looks naturally, which is curly. So when I'm showing people that this is what my real hair looks like and it works for this, everyone who has the same hair type can relate and be like, okay, I can fit in, I can buy this product because it worked for Sarah, it will work for me. So there is no more that extra editing layer that is there. Of course, when it's a TV commercial, there's a certain sort of expectation. But now I feel like with time, even the TV commercials are becoming more realistic. And I think that entire revolution was brought about by social media. So as a beauty creator, being real, being honest, and being unfiltered is extremely pivotal to how I've built my community. And that's exactly why brands trust me. They know when we partner with Sarah, she's going to tell us if the product doesn't work for her also. I'll directly message the brand and be like, guys, this is not working for me. Maybe you should go to somebody else. So that honesty has to be there with both the brand and the community you've built. So yeah, I think that is the main reason what sets apart creators from the celeb marketing.
Yeah, very relevant, staying relatable, authentic, and understanding your consumer. The core of it. Good. Moving to you, Saloni. Yeah, I've myself been following your work on mainstream. So having said that, you've worked across mainstream media, entertainment, and also you have a very strong online presence. So how does, your traditional fandom vary from online presence, and have you ever been surprised by your online audience?
Yeah, every day. I mean, what we used to do back then, that entire industry was very different. It was mostly like one way. Like we used to do our job, seen on TV, people liked you, they didn't like you. It was all from a distance. Like we didn't used to meet them, or they didn't, comment on their televisions and like write whatever they want to write. So we didn't know how they feel or what they do except we go to an event. So it was very one way. But when social media community came, Like people have the right and the power to do everything. Like they talk back, they comment, they roast you, they correct you, they love you, they do everything, and it's all over the internet. And I mean, that was a very big shift for me as well when I started making videos on Instagram. And what surprises me the most is, you know, how emotionally invested they are in your journey. अगर मैं हर वीडियो में एक नेकलेस पहनती हूँ और एक वीडियो में मैंने वो नेकलेस नहीं पहना, तो सम और द अदर पर्सन विल मेक श्योर टू, यू नो, पॉइंट दैट कि क्या हुआ, आपने आज नेकलेस क्यों नहीं पहना, कुछ हो गया है क्या, कुछ सब सही है ना. एंड आई यूज्ड टू लाइक, आई मेड अ वीडियो, अ कॉमेडी वीडियो, एंड आई वाज गेटिंग, फर्स्ट टाइम इन माय लाइफ आई वाज गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ ट्रोल्स फॉर इट, एंड आई वाजंट रेडी फॉर इट, सो आई जस्ट टर्न्ड ऑफ द कमेंट्स, लाइक नहीं सुनना है मुझे. सो दे मेड श्योर कि वो दूसरे वीडियो में जाके मुझे मेक श्योर करे कि प्लीज टर्न ऑन दैट कमेंट बॉक्स, यू वांट टू कमेंट देयर आल्सो. So you know, there are so many surprises. It's been a fun journey to live both lives.
Nice. Awesome. Moving on to you, Darshan. So yeah, following your singing, when brands approach you, how do you do the creative fit assessment? And has your, you know, singing or music community ever influenced your decision in this?
So like I would say like for now I have been posting my videos like now for so many years. So at this point I know like what will work on my page. So like a few times like randomly people DMs me saying like, next, I think your next video should be on this point or this song. So and also they like comment something like, I think you and this brand could do something like this really aligns with your page. So I mean like, wow, they like, people really like, the community is so nice here. And for an example, I recently did a video for Nivea, and I created a jingle for them, and they came up with an idea like, we want to display this in your video. So I just explained them like, we can do this and this can really work. So we did it and it worked really well, and the brand also loved it that they came again for another video. So we did again another video, and that also did really well. So yeah, this like proves like how much community matters to you. And there are so many times I have also turned out for so many brands and said no, that I can't do this because it feels really forceful to the audience. And I mean, yeah, that like the trust is more like trust matters more to me rather than having more deals. So yeah, that's the main thing.
Got it. So moving on to you, Manish, as a content creator, you would see a lot of influx and increment in your followers and your audience. How do you ensure that, you know, you stay authentic and relatable without being overtly branded or having a lot of branded content?
Right. Hi guys, my name is Manish Kharge and thank you so much for having me here. With regards to authenticity, like of course as a creator to start off with, I think it's very important to kind of stay true to yourself. I know it's the cliche, but it is as important as, you know, the other things are, but it is very important to be authentic, to be yourself. And I think what's more important is to, you know, keep that going for a while, because in the, you know, in the circle and in the loop of just creating, writing, acting, editing, you do tend to kind of get stuck in that loop and move a little bit away. Like it comes to a point where you kind of unknowingly move away from being authentic and try to kind of fit in with the trends and, you know, fit in with what's going on. But as a creator, I think from time to time, it's important to kind of just sit, just reflect and see if you are doing what you used to do and you are following the path that, you know, you once had when you started off. So another thing I think is important is to continue staying authentic, but at the same time diversify yourself as well. Like I was talking to Saloni about the same a while ago, that in a creator's life, like especially mine as a comedy creator, there does come a time where you have to do something different from what you've been doing from the past. So I've been making comedy content since I think 2.5, 3 years. So I think I've come to a point where I want to continue doing comedy, be authentic to myself, but in a different way. So now that can be either, you know, coming up with new formats or coming up with new characters in my genre, but again, staying true to what I do. So I think it's more about, you know, being authentic while experimenting with your own authenticity. I don't know if that makes sense. So yeah, I think there does come a point where you have to realize that how can I be authentic and do something different at the same time?
Got it. Got it. So same question to you, Trupti. as you also see, because both of you are content creators, how was your approach different or similar to what Manish would do in order to remain authentic and relevant and not be overtly branded?
So I think, like Manish said, like being authentic and at the same time trying new things, experimenting is the way to go, because audience or the followers, the fan base, they want to see different aspects of your life. So I keep trying new things, I keep trying new characters, and sometimes they fail, sometimes it's a miss, and sometimes people like it, and then and सबसे interesting चीज ये होती है कि it's not just like comment box जहाँ पर वो opinions आते हैं. It's also like they can reach out to us via DMs and they can tell us, we like that video of yours. And with me, I think this happens more often. People have opinions and they share it via DMs more than in the comment section. Like in comment, when they're commenting, they'll be like, okay, yeah, emojis or like laughing or whatever, if they like the content. But real opinion or real feedback will come via DMs. So I really like this about my community because they like my content, they'll tell me, and if they don't like my content, they'll tell that also. And they keep me humble, they keep me grounded, and sometimes I feel like okay, so recently I made this content where I did Rishta meeting with a corporate girly, and I thought it was very, like, in my head, I thought it was very intellectual or very intelligent, and it might not land the way I have it in my mind, but it did really well, and I was like, I was underestimating my audience or my fan base, but yeah, every time I come up with a new character, I make sure that I'm authentic, because it's not about making sure to keep it authentic, because otherwise you cannot survive on social media. The relatability should be there. I think I always strive to be very, very relatable, although I make comedy content, but that relatability, I come across as a very Kaleshi girlfriend. Most of my content are like that. So, and sometimes I don't like yelling, or I don't like doing it very often, and I want to be like this very different kind of person who's very soft and very, loving, but they don't like it. So I have to be Kaleshi girlfriend all the time, most of the times, of course, and then I, of course, try different characters as well. So yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
All right, cool. So coming to you, Saloni, a lot of your content has comedy and cultural nuances in it. So do you see audience engagement going up when there are a lot of regional and cultural references in your content?
Yeah, for sure. When I started making videos in Marathi, I got to know a different kind of audience and different kind of engagement I saw on my page. I mean, most of them didn't know that I was Marathi because most of my work has been Hindi. So it's a very new take for me as well as for them to, explore this genre and like pick characters from families and moms, and especially when I do Sobo Girl in Marathi. And like people won't expect her to say those big Marathi words like "Hey tar asha kya hai," and like, so they go crazy behind those words and they start commenting those words on that video. मतलब मैंने लिखा भी नहीं होता है caption में कि अपना favorite word बताओ या क्या. That's something that they've done on their own. So I think making content in Marathi has been amazing because I walk every day in my house and I'm like content. So I make videos on my mom. When my dadi is here, she's so excited to come in that video with me. So even brands reach out to me for my dadi as well. Like, brands like Indulekha and brands like those, they want my videos with dadi. So yeah, that's it. They relate to those videos, and I think we share like some shared trauma or some, shared things that Marathi people do in their households. So yeah, that community I love, and I love making videos on things like that.
Cool. Coming to you, Manish. They say creative liberty comes as the first priority. So, as a content creator, how much creative freedom are you given in your content when you collaborate with a brand, and do they really respect your opinion?
Right. Of course, creative liberty does come first, but I think when it comes to collaborating with a brand, it's also important to, because after all, it's a collaboration, right? Like you do have to make what you've been making all this while, along with what the voice of the brand is as well. Like I'm not saying this only because there are brands sitting here. This is actually something that I actually believe in as well. But I think very basic things, right? Like from the point you get the brief from the brand, I feel a lot of times as a creator, you do kind of just rely on maybe your agency or your manager to take care of the brand side. But I've always believed in kind of communicating directly with the brand, because very minor miscommunications can just lead to unnecessary back and forth. Sorry. So I just feel from the brief itself, if the creator is as small as just doing a quick call or having a briefing call, understanding what exactly the brand wants, I think a lot of questions are answered there itself, rather than, coming to a point where you have made a video, you have edited, and then the brand says, no, this is not something that we wanted at all. And that's a result of, not having that quick call or not having that brief clear in your mind. So I believe in a lot of clarity, and if there's clarity in, I think, all phases of talking to a brand, be it talking about the brief, talking about the script, I think it's easier. And then coming back to the question that does this hamper the creative liberty? I feel if communication is done well in time and in all phases, I think it's a byproduct of your creative liberty. Like if you communicate your ideas well, of course, if they're good, they're gonna get convinced. So I think that the byproduct is that the creative liberty there itself, kind of the issue gets solved. So in short, I think just communication is the key, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually sit on the other end, on the brand end. So yeah, I'm able to relate to what you're saying. Very valid, very nice answer.
Okay.
Coming to you, Darshan. You have audiences engaging across platforms like Instagram and YouTube. How does the audience engagement vary across platforms?
As I said, I have been posting videos for so many years. So on online, people usually interacts with me on the comments, likes, DMs, and reposts. That's the most of you can do online. But on the live performance, I have done quite live performance on the few colleges and some events. So seeing people sing back and react live and exchange the energies is feels surreal. That's so great to have. And actually people interacts with me the same way as they interacts on the online. So that's the best thing about me, and that's why actually people call me for the events and colleges also. So yeah, I'm so grateful for that love. And coming back to the questions, I don't think, at least for me, it's same for me, both online, offline even. So yeah, that's really great.
Okay. What about you, Manish? Do you see any difference in audience engagement across platforms?
Yeah, for me, it's been a little different because the type of content that I make is I try to cater to a bigger range of age groups. So to sum it up, I make family-friendly comedy content, which can be consumed by school-going, college-going kids as well as their parents. So for me, it's been a little bit different because since YouTube has a much younger audience, because a lot of kids have access to their parents' phones and consume YouTube Shorts, I think the type of content that I make has catered more to YouTube than Instagram, whereas Instagram for me slightly has been an older audience. So actually that's a plus point for me because it gives me that kind of option to make different content for different platforms. So it's even easier for me. It's even easier for me to kind of experiment with different content. Like one can be for YouTube and one can be for Instagram. So that way I feel I'm privileged to be present equally on both platforms.
So you're saying the consumers.
Yes.
Okay. Coming to you, Sarah. You again, because of the beauty segment, what does the community personally mean to you in this beauty segment, and how do you evaluate your brand fit in this community?
I think community is everything for me, not just in the form of beauty, but everything I do. And just like Manish said that he has a different community on YouTube and Instagram, I experience a very similar thing because my YouTube is an older platform. I was there 8 years back when Instagram wasn't even a thing. You just posted pictures, posted updates on Instagram that, hey, my YouTube video is live. So, back then YouTube was always the long format platform to share like 20-minute product reviews, 30-minute makeup tutorials, and all of that has now become concised into like a 60-second or so. Now everything has to be conveyed in 60 seconds, but I still genuinely feel, and now I even see it in metrics, that you can maybe make a person aware that, okay, hey, this exists through a 60-second video, but only when I then go ahead and do my yearly favorites or monthly favorites or products I loved this month and organically fit that brand who anyways did a sponsorship with me in those videos. That is when the conversions really happen, because now on YouTube you have tagging and shopping and you can easily track how many people are buying through your videos. So that conversion metric is big on YouTube, and your community trusts you because they can sit with you and watch a 40-minute video. And Instagram scroll is okay, I know this girl exists. Like if a person who follows me on Instagram has met me in public, they'll be like, I've seen your video somewhere. But if somebody from YouTube has met me, they'll be like, oh my God, how's your dog? How's your mom? How's this one? That relatability and that connect you made with that YouTube family is insane. And the fact that they sat and watched you for 30 minutes, now they can trust you and know what you will recommend, know your word of mouth is valuable. And I think with the kind of brand collaborations I choose, I need to keep making sure that my trust is legit. Like that is extremely important, especially in today's date and age where so many brands have come in. Every day we have a new skincare brand, a new makeup brand. It's important to go back and see if they really are legit, if they really have products that make sense. Whenever there's a new brand on the market, I have a cooling period where I for personally want to try it myself, but also want to see what the community has responded. I never go ahead and take a launch campaign where, the brand has just come in the picture and I'm the one who's first advocating for the brand when I've not even used the product. I never do campaigns like that unless it's like a HUL or some big company has launched a brand and I know I can trust the parent company, because a new brand can go either ways and I don't want my trust to go dip with the brand also if it didn't turn out that way. So I think it's completely a two-way street, that if your brand is trustworthy, you recommend that product works well for the audience, they come back to you for a recommendation, and that cycle keeps going on and on. So that's extremely important.
Got it. Cool. Coming to you, Saloni. Once again, a question on, so having worked in your mainstream media, how do you ensure your digital content remains authentic, relatable, and you have your own personal voice to it?
Again, like in comedy circus or what the reality shows that we used to do, they used to write the script, they used to pick characters for us, make us rehearse and choreograph our acts, and we used to just rehearse and perform those characters. But here on social media, like I have built it on my own. I have chosen the characters that I want to do. I write my own concepts, and so everything is very different. And I think that's the main reason to be raw and organic, if you've written and you've chosen your characters on your own. And I think observation is the most important thing for me. The moment you're able to like observe the smallest things in the room, and like we all know about it, but nobody talks about it. And then one person posts a video and then like, yes, even I observe that. So I think that's the major thing for me. And for brand videos, the moment like my video looks like an ad, my audience disconnects with it. So, some things go right, some things go wrong. I'm still learning, but I think observation is the most important thing for me to stay raw, real, and relevant.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Coming to you, Darshan. So, looking ahead, do you think niche music communities will have more value to brand associations than, mass popularity?
So like I would say you can't just like ignore one of the community. Like they both plays really important role, and they both puts like their each value in a different way. So yeah, like, but sometimes it also depends on the brand. Like if it's a premium brand, or like if they want to specific or like specific audience to target. So yeah, like they have options like just to target the mass audience or just the niche one. But yeah, for a longer run, it's like really important to have the both mass and the niche audience. So yeah.
Got it. So coming to the last session, the last question of the session, coming to you, Trupti. Have you ever had any campaign wherein the traditional KPIs like reach and views were kept aside and there was more focus on what the audience are saying, how are they commenting or DMs? Have you ever had any campaign like this?
Yeah, I think, okay, what happens? Brands come to us because they can buy reach. They can go to so many big influencers if they want reach. They come to us, I think, because of that hyper targeted and that trusted credibility that we have to offer. So yes, it's always more than, metrics. It has to have meaning. The content has to have meaning. So when it comes to any brand collaboration, and I think the brand has to understand this also. So these brands come to us कि अरे I love your content, I like your content, आप ये करती हैं, आप वो करती हैं, but जो हम चाहते हैं ना वो ऐसा चाहते हैं. तो okay, you've come to me because you like a certain type of character that I play, but that you don't want that character. You don't want me to play that character. So they sometimes like change the tonality, the tone of the kind of content I create for my audience, for my followers. So I think that has to change the dynamics between the brand and the content creator in that sense. And coming back to your question, so there has been many content or campaigns, so to say, where I've received amazing response from the audience, from the followers, whether via DMs or in the comment section. But मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि for the brand and for content creators as well, the win-win situation is when they say कि अरे एड भी हो गया और पता भी नहीं चला. तो वो इज समथिंग दैट लाइक आई फील कि हाँ, I've done something really nice here. Now in particular there was this one campaign. So it was around Mother's Day, and I lost my mother back in 2016, and I prefer not to talk about her publicly, although my followers, people who follow me, they know about this, and they know so many aspects of my life and things, but like I don't feel comfortable talking about it. But for that particular campaign, when it came to me, and I remember we were having this briefing call, and I was like, okay, so you want me to say these things about my mother, but like she's no more, and like I cannot talk about it like this. So they said ki, okay, then this will be a different angle, but we want you to do this. And I was skeptical. I wasn't sure because I never spoke publicly about my mother's passing away, or like whatever I felt about it. So I did that campaign, and I was skeptical ki maybe people will see through it and they will be like, acha, to you're using your mother's whatever situation, for this brand collab deal for money. And I was really very uncomfortable and skeptical. But then people started sharing their experiences, and people started having a conversation that made me feel comfortable, that made me feel that, okay, जो भी मेरी लाइफ में है, आई कैन एब्सोल्युटली शेयर विद माय ऑडियंस. जिनको अनफॉलो करना है वो अनफॉलो करेंगे, लेकिन जो मेरे साथ हैं वो ट्रस्ट करके मेरे पास हैं. एंड आई थिंक आई कैन शो अ बिट मोर व्हाट I do in my life, or what I have, or what I am. So yeah, that campaign stood out for me.
Really heartwarming. So with this, we come to the end of this session. I would say for me, because I sit on the other end, I am from the brand and being a true marketer at heart, This has been a true eye opener for me, and it's been a learning experience to understand how each of you evaluate your platforms, go about creating content, and then honing it from there. So, thank you very much for your valuable time. It's been a really great experience chairing this session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. You need this?
It's fine, it's fine. Can you all hear me loud and clear? So the backup mic works. Thank you. Bigger round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll request Kanchan Srivastav, Senior Editor and Group Editorial Evangelist from E4M, to kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Can we have Kanchan over here on stage? Do we have Kanchan around? Maybe yes or maybe no, that's the sawal.
They've taken, but we can stay back.
So in that case,
Then we'll take
I need a brief if Kanchan is not around. In the meantime, you can clap a little louder for them, please. Of course, you have extra time, spare time. So good quality conversations deserve that kind of stuff, right?
Can we have pictures taken?
Yeah, of course. So let's do it in this way. I'll request all of you to come over here. Get your group photographs done nicely, and then we'll do the felicitation of all of you over here. A bigger round of applause for all of them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and in the meantime, we also have Kanchanji around. So, can I please have Ms. Kanchan over here? A big round of applause for Ms. Kanchan as well. Please, can we have the token of appreciations on stage? Thank you. You can start from here on the left side. Left to right, you can start this way. Yeah, you can come over here, left to right. And then we'll do a group photo of all of you with Kanchanji as well. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to come forward and pose for a nice group photograph with Ms. Kanchan. She's the Honorable Senior Editor and Group Editorial Evangelist from E4M. And everybody, please take note of this fact. Today you see the new power players for their topic. After a few years, you will see them as the OG in that space. That is what it is. Bigger round of applause for them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Looking forward to meeting and seeing all of you later. Thank you. God bless. We'll request the chairs to be removed, please. And I'll request for just 2 chairs to remain on stage. This is going to be a very, very interesting fireside chat. Topic मैं आप सबको बता देता हूँ. This is going to be about brand building in the age of influencers. Very, very pertinent, very, very relevant. We just had a very interesting session with content creators and influencers. So how do you actually focus on brand building? How do you actually build good quality brands which will actually kind of decide the future for all of you? So this is something which is going to be very, very insightful, I'm pretty sure. So we just need 2 chairs on stage. Aram se, aram se, aram se. You might as well want more helping hands later. आपके साथ थोड़े और लोग रहेंगे तो फिर I think ये होगा. Can I request all of you to give a big round of applause for them as well, please? They're working very, very hard since morning. I've been seeing them taking the chairs on and off stage. Thank you. 2 रख दीजिए. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. शुक्रिया. थोड़ा spacing कर दीजिए. हाँ. Yeah, उस तरफ. Gap. Next session से get more people with you so that they're जल्दी होता है, ठीक है? Alright, so this is going to be, like I mentioned, a fireside chat on brand building in the age of influencers. Trust me when I say this session is going to be delving deep into how brands are being built in an influencer-led world, from balancing creativity with commercial outcomes to protecting brand authenticity, navigating platforms and creating long-term value. With creators, the conversation offers a candid, strategic view of influence as a serious business leveler and not just a trend that we all talk about all the time. I'm going to be inviting our speakers on stage. Can we please have a big round of applause for Mr. Dheeraj Sinha, CEO FCB India, who's now the CEO of Mikan, with Kanchan Srivastav, Senior Editor and Group Editorial Evangelist E4M. Mr. Sinha, can we please have you on stage over here? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And we have Ms. Kanchan over here as well. A bigger round of applause for Mr. Sinha and Ms. Srivastav, please. Thank you. The timer is there for your reference, and over to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And Shivani has given us a very interesting topic, brand building in the age of influencers, right? I think the last 5 years have been phenomenal for India's creator economy, right? So at present, we have over 2 million content creators, and of them, roughly 10% have been able to monetize their content. I mean, the number is 2 lakh. And they are able to influence USD 350 billion of consumer spending. That is amazing, right? And they have become so powerful that the ad spend from creator-led platforms like YouTube, TikTok, and Insta is going to surpass this year the total ad revenue of traditional media, print, radio, and films combined, right? So this is a huge shift, according to me. And we have Dheeraj Sinha, the industry stalwart, here to decode this shift. Welcome you here, Dheeraj. So Dheeraj, first, it's a very personal question. You have been in the industry for a very long time, and since last 1.5 or 2 years, from Publicis to YPG Group to Omnicom, right? So I think the last 1 year alone would have been giving you enough content for your next book, right? So how would you describe this phase of your career in just one word?
Yeah, first of all, in a room full of young people, you call me veteran, so that's backhanded, but I'll take that. Yeah, I think we all live in times of change, right? I mean, the amount of quantum of change hitting all of us, whether it is tariffs from the US or AI or acquisition in my case, is mammoth. And in these times, I think the biggest compass is how do you separate noise from the real signal. I think that's my compass really, because there'll be noise always, right? And as leaders or as creators or marketers or business people, where do you invest your mental energy, guiding what? Because it's very easy in today's times to get lost in noise. So noise versus signal is my biggest learning.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Dheeraj, influencers often command, more cultural attention than brands themselves. What does this shift mean for how brands are built and not just marketed?
So I think, when we look at influencers, right? I mean, when we started, I mean, say about 5 years back, you have a new startup, you want to get to the first 10 million customers or subscribers. All that you do is performance and influence, right? That was the beginning of influencer marketing. Cut to today, when we're using influencer, the biggest question people are asking is that, is the social influence actually leading to commerce? Right? So I got influencers, I got my likes, I got my views, but did the needle move on purchase? Did the needle move on behavior? So that's the journey we've traveled in 5 years. I think early stages, influencers were being used only as media to create visibility and velocity. I think time has come where we need to begin to look at influencers, and influencers themselves need to begin to look at themselves. Am I right now serving the objective of awareness, or am I helping conversion, or am I helping purchase? The very simple model that we use in business building, right? Because if you're only being used for velocity and media, right, then that play will get questioned, because At some stage, people say, I spend so much of money, right? And I don't need visibility because I'm at a slightly more mature stage as a brand, and I'm not getting conversions. And therefore, the influencer marketing system has to walk that path a few steps ahead towards brand science and adopt it and make sure that they're contributing to conversions and purchase. Otherwise, we are in trouble.
Very interesting point, I guess. So there is, in a word of, where people follow creators more than the logos of brands. So how should brands think about relevance and trust without losing their identity?
Yeah, I do feel that people are smart enough in their minds to separate influencers and celebrities from brands, right? I think when they're looking at influencers, they're looking at a certain sense of trust, empathy, and content. They're consuming content. Right, when you're looking at a celebrity, you're looking at the idea of celebrity, idea of sense of do I relate to a Shah Rukh Khan or a Messi and so on and so forth. When they look at brands, they're looking at purchase. Right, they're looking at buying, they're looking at money being spent, consumption having been done, and needs being met. So the three are different buckets. Right, it's not, I mean, a brand cannot be an influencer. That's not the job of a brand. A job of a brand is to get bought. Right, and an influencer's job, of course, is to be a brand in terms of a narrative, but they just need following. Right, so I feel that the commercial aspect, the buying aspect of branding, marketing, and business needs to be separated from the influence idea of influencers. Right, the two are not the same. The two can be symbiotic. Right, influencers should work harder, I feel, to help sell. That's my peeve motive at this point in time, because just influence, just likes, just awareness is not good enough for many brands. And the brands cannot just afford to have ridden an influencer wave or just become popular, because you could be popular and you may not be bought.
Very important. I guess, I mean, you rightly said that brands can become influencer, and influencers, of course, they can't become brand. There should be a symbiotic relationship, right? And you also mentioned that influencers should work harder, right? So would you like to give us some pointers?
Yeah. So I think we are evolving on this journey, right? I mean, the biggest truth is, so I mean, brand marketing, we're called brand managers, right? We call brand managers, we're supposed to control the narrative of the brand. How is it said? What is being said? What medium? Like 100% control. Now from 100% control, marketers are willing to open their fingers a bit. So, okay, I will let my brand be adapted to the personality or the values of the influencer, right? But what is a good walk to have, right? I mean, do you completely abdicate your brand to the influencer, let them do what they want to do? Do you have some control? How much of creativity of the influencer does that stifle? Right? These are real questions when we are actually running an influencer program, right? And we have realized that if you let go of too much of control, you are not meeting the brand objectives at all. That money is just indulgent. You go too much into the realm of influencers and you're stifling their creativity. You're not using their influence. You're not using their trust and authenticity, right? So I feel both parties need to walk a bit towards the center. As marketers, we need to be a bit more easy on our controls. And I think as influencers, they need to begin to think that I'm fighting for my creativity and my authenticity and my audience. That's fine. You've been paid for that. But if your work is not going to move the needle, we need to help both of them walk that middle ground.
Yeah, correct. So Dheeraj, brands rely on consistency, right? And influencers rely on, authenticity. So how should brands collaborate with them, without losing, with balancing both?
Yeah.
Authenticity.
No, I think the best influencers also rely on consistency in terms of the messaging, topics, where they behave. If you look at the influencers who've broken out, right, and are really big in today's times, you will see a very consistent pattern on the topics they're picking up, the way they're talking, the way they're posting. So consistency is a huge game, both on the content and the positioning of influencers, and also the algorithm. I mean, the algorithm actually responds to consistency more than anything else. So I would say that influencers are consistent as well, brands are consistent as well. Choose your consistency. It's like they say, choose your hard, right? Choose your consistency. What are you consistent about as a brand? What's your pattern? And what's the pattern of the influencers you're working with? Don't just buy for visibility and audience.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, we all know that ad spend on influencer marketing is going up. So there are people who think whether brands are confusing influence with brand building. What do you think?
I think brand building is a larger science. It's an ecosystem, right? Writing a certain medium or getting somebody to endorse you is one pillar. Right, but beyond that, what's the insight you're serving? What's the need gap you are fulfilling? Is your personality consistent? What's your proposition? What are your values? All of that cannot be replaced by just an influencer tie-up. I mean, there are enough examples of very, and I don't want to name people, but very known celebrities who've launched their products and they bombed. So if influence was the only factor for success of a brand, they would have succeeded, right? It's a pillar. It's a big pillar. Visibility is a big pillar in today's time, but there are 5 other pillars to successful brand marketing and business, which brands need to keep in mind. And if influencers want to play this game seriously, should also adopt.
Right. So how should brands ensure that created campaigns, they get long-term impact?
I think it goes back to saying, I mean, we do a lot of work, for example, for brands such as Uber, Google, etc. We do a lot of influencer-led work, even, Access Max Life and so on and so forth. We make sure that the narrative of the brand is consistent, right? We do not compromise on the narrative of the brand. We do not compromise on the values, personalities. So we work really hard to make sure that we're tying up with influencers who are consistent with our value system, with our personality in a big way, because so we are not chasing one-off virality. In fact, we have a platform which maps whether the influencer is there just because 1 or 2 peaks of virality, or is there consistency of audience following and content and all of that. So there are tools now which are helping you map that, and we take that into consideration before we're doing the tie-ups, right? So I think brands need to watch out for consistency. They need to watch out of sameness of personality and value system, not just chase quick visibility, virality.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So Dheeraj, when a creator becomes closely associated with a brand, what role they play in kind of, brand meaning, and what risks come with it, that the same dependency?
Yeah, so I think, I think the way influencer marketing is being used, you use many people over a period of time. So I don't think there is dramatic tie-up of a brand with influencers, like say in case of a personality. I mean, you might have a celebrity who's endorsing a brand for 5 years, 7 years, and then becomes hard when the celebrity is sunsetting. How do you, kind of dissociate the brand from the celebrity? That problem is not there in influencer marketing yet, right? Having said that, I'd go back to the same point. I think the choice making has to be about matchmaking. It's more matchmaking than just riding visibility.
Yeah, it's matchmaking, of course, and some kind of, So with regional and small town creators shaping the culture at a scale, how should national brands think about the hyper local India?
I think that's one area where influence marketing is hugely useful, right? Because I mean, a lot of our consumption traffic is now moved to small town, and micro influencers who have very, very strong, say in tier 2, tier 3, they're very, very useful. The way we run it is that we will choose national themes, which go down the strata, and then we go as deep as possible. Sometimes we may have a regional problem to solve, that I want to win market share in say southern India, and therefore we choose influencer of that market, messaging of that market. So in fact, earlier times, right, when you were just bound to television, right, you could not do a surgical strike in a particular market. Today you can choose a market, right, decide your messaging and go on an offensive in that market with a large influencer community. So in that sense, it's a very sharp knife in the arsenal of brand marketing today.
You mentioned surgical strike, very interesting word, I guess. So beyond followers and engagement metrics, what should brands look for while selecting creators?
Yeah. So we spoke about this, right? It's about the consistency of the pattern that the brand stands for and the consistency of the pattern that the influencer talks about, right? I think to my mind, content is important, right? The quality of influence is more important than the quantity of influence. So you can't just go by number of followers and visibility. It's the quality of influence which matters, which interestingly same as how you used to buy TV. Right? I mean, when you bought television spots, you did not just buy reach, you also bought the nature of content you are placing your advertising on. So in that sense, the principle is similar. But I think in the initial phase, we went more with, okay, number of likes, reach, and let's go for it. I think the science is maturing as we go along, and with more experience, we're realizing that when there's a fit, the impact is greater than when you're just buying visibility.
Now coming to my last question, as creators become central to brand narratives, how is the role of creative agencies changing?
I think as creative agencies, we look at ourselves more as orchestrators for the brand narrative and to bring to play whatever is required for the brand to succeed, right? We work with AI creators, we work with influencers, we work with event folks, we work with media platforms to bring all of that together to the service of the narrative of the brand, to the service of the objective of the brand. So we're not sitting here saying that we are the only people who create. The whole world creates today, right? But we're the only people who navigates the narrative of the brand. We're the only people whose job is to make sure that the outcomes for the brands are met, right? That's our central job. So we are working, in fact, we have an influencer desk internally. We work with influencers extensively. We map them. We have influencer AORs with clients, long-term influencer AORs where we're doing strategy on influence, themes, buckets. It's all very well being embraced and scientifically managed. So we are loving the ecosystem play.
Yeah, wonderful insights, Azit. Thank you so much, Dheeraj. Any questions from the audience? Anyone? No? Thank you so much, Dheeraj, for your time. Yeah.
I request both of you to remain on stage, and can you all please give them a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'll request Mr. Vastav to kindly give the token of appreciation to Mr. Sinha. Can we have the token of appreciation on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, if you clap, I'm sure the photos will turn out a lot better. Thank you, Mr. Sinha, for being with us over here. Thank you, Mr. Vastav. Thank you. A pleasure to have all of you over here. We'll be moving forward to the next panel discussion, but prior to that, we have some presentations for all of you. So can we please play the presentations over here on screen?
Welcome to the third edition of E4M Digital 40 Under 40 Awards 2024. The awards celebrate the exceptional talent and boundless creativity of young digital marketing professionals who are reshaping the digital ecosystem today. This prestigious platform recognizes the rising stars who are driving transformative change and setting new benchmarks for excellence in the digital realm. With over 200 nominations this year, our journey to select the best was both challenging and inspiring. Today, we proudly present the 40 individuals who have emerged as the brightest talents in the digital marketing world. Our judging process was meticulous, ensuring that the most deserving candidates made it to the final list. Leading this effort was our esteemed jury chair, Hemant Malik, Executive Director, Divisional Chief Executive, Foods Division, ITC Limited. Alongside our distinguished panel of industry experts.
Thank you to Exchange for Media for taking this initiative to organize and create recognition platform for the entire industry. I think thank you for the pain and the effort that you take. This digital 40 under 40, it's been, that was something that I was looking forward to. Not only do you get to know more people in part of your jury, you learn a lot from them because they come from different industry background with a lot of experience they bring in. Particularly for digital, I think the marketing is completely changing and so dramatically so in the last few years. And I was really looking forward to meet the young minds who are going to be who will be the future of the industry. It's been a great experience, listening to many stories, seeing many people talking about their achievements. I think the industry is in good hands.
After thorough screening and comprehensive reviews, the jury has made their final decisions. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to this year's winners, who stand as a testament to innovation, dedication, and the future of marketing. Join us as we honor these remarkable individuals who redefine success and passion. Congratulations to all the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, we will be having the final panel discussion before we move forward to again the awards in the evening. But we have captured everybody, the speakers and their valuable, insights and conversations. But we want to also kind of get a perfect hang and feedback of the audience as well, especially a lot of people over here whom I've been seeing since morning, because it's your feedback that will make us put the event even better in the coming year. So I might just as well, and there's no penalization when it comes to agar aap jawab doge ya nahi, I might just randomly come to people whom I've been seeing since morning and just ask them for their feedback. That is going to be recorded as well, and that is going to be a valuable feedback that we'll be taking forward. And I love your smile, so can I start with you?
Yeah, sure.
What's your feedback for the event?
Yeah. Okay. So hello everyone. I'm Parvez. Actually, I loved the way it's been going on. The way people are speaking turn by turn, and the knowledge they have is something a lot of people want. So that's something great. Yeah. Thank you.
What is your biggest takeaway from, what is your biggest learning so far that you have learned and you're going to be like, ghar jaake yaar, when I went to this event, I learned something new?
So my biggest takeaway would be how social media, to be specific, influencers will be someone who can be great stars ahead, and we have to focus on them in order to monetize anything we want to sell.
A big round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody wants to volunteer and speak? We would love that as well. If you can please kindly.
What if the digital world
Oh
wasn't a
wow,
crowded
nice.
place,
I'm
but an
speaking
open
with
stage?
you.
What if your audience wasn't just watching, but
Can
waiting?
you pause the AV for a moment,
We're
please?
Tweeb stars.
Yeah.
They are the rainmakers who bagged us brands like
Pause the AV for a moment. We are having a bit of feedback.
literally more. I mean, over 7,000 creators across India trust Social Tweebs and Tweeb stars for exciting collaborations because of our Tweeb tool. Think of this as your AI-powered co-pilot in the creator universe. Analyzing millions of data points with 95% accuracy, it uncovers the smartest growth strategies and the most impactful collaborations. It's not just extensive data, it's your roadmap to success. Hence, the creators say,
Hi, my name is Bahar.
Hi, my name is Kaizar Wagila.
This is Gurleen, and it's always been a wonderful experience working with Social Tweets. Lots of love.
The vibes are amazing.
Thank you, Social Tweets, for such a wonderful experience.
We had great fun shooting with the team.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for having
us, Social Tweets.
Big thanks to
Social Tweet.
and Tweetstars.
Tweetstars for having me over here. It's wonderful.
They're really supportive, very responsive.
I think as a team, they were fabulous together.
I can't wait to work again.
Cheers.
Social tweets, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. You talked about influencers, brother. That's why they played the AV, right? Very, very interesting cue. You wanted to speak and volunteer, right? Big round of applause for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. It's never really easy to volunteer and share your thoughts and insights. You can introduce yourself.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's not easy. So, being an author, I'm an author. I'm a fiction writer. So, I have 4 books published on Amazon. Myself, Nikita Tak. So you can check out on Amazon. I write science fiction, medical fiction. So I love speaking and like writing both. Undoubtedly writing more because I'm an introvert. So I love these kind of social networking events. I mean, even if you're not a brand or not an influencer, I would say that network, because your network is your net worth in the end.
It's an interesting line, right? Network is your net worth. Who else agrees over here in this room? Network is your net worth. Anybody agrees with that line? Who else agrees with that? I'm pretty sure it can't be this many, just this number of people agreeing with. Network is actually net worth, right? The more you grow your network, the more you actually have valuable connections in the industry. You raised your hand because you want to volunteer and say something, or because you agree with what you said? Yeah. Please share your thoughts. A big round of applause for her as well, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. My name is Nikita. So, okay, fine. So, my name is Nikita. So, I'm a dietitian. I am a part of, I won't say I'm an influencer. I don't do for the brands because I myself have my own brand. So, I have 34,000 followers on Instagram. And my business is fully built upon the Instagram. So, yeah, because my followers are nothing but they are my customers. So, it's since 2019. So, I'm happy to be part of this because even actually I've taken a lot of notes like where I'm going wrong. So, like what our speakers today, they mentioned about being real and being authentic. So, this always helps me. So I always take notes. I keep attending these events, especially arranged by EM4. So yeah, it's very helpful, and I think like we all must keep attending such.
Asian, right? I want to ask a question. I'm pretty sure it's going to be pertinent for everyone. What is that one diet myth, okay, that people feel will actually help their body, but it actually doesn't help at all? What is that myth that you want to bust right now?
People think that eating less will help them lose weight, but which is very wrong. The less you eat, the more you gain weight.
Wow. How many of you knew about this? Any raise of hands? Nobody knew about it? Cool advice.
Yeah, because see what happens is when you eat less, body thinks, okay, now see for example, 100 calories is your requirement, 1000 calories is your requirement. And if you're eating less than that, but that is as per your BMR, that is at resting position, the amount of calories, energies required by the body. See for example, if I had to travel from Bombay to Pune, I need 1000 rupees ka petrol, but I'm putting very less. So my car will go in a power saving mode. Battery goes in a power saving mode. Same thing happens. Body will start storing every time you eat less. Body will think, "Arey, ye to kam kha raha hai. So let's save it. Let's save it." So this is how you put on the weight. Your metabolism slows down and your BP drops. Like your blood pressure is affected. Everything is affected if you eat less.
Very nicely put up. Thank you so much. Anybody looking for transformation body, she's the lady you need to kind of reach out to. Big round of applause for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. On that note, we are good to go with the Very, very interesting panel discussion that's set to unfold right now. We have all our speakers over here, and it's my honor and privilege to welcome all of them. This is going to be a very, very engaging panel discussion on the topic, Decoding Digital Trust, How to Build Credibility. In the world of digital forum, it's always difficult to kind of bifurcate credibility with something that is not really trustworthy. So it's a very, very pertinent topic, and I'm sure a lot of things to take away from. Decoding Digital Trust, How to Build Credibility. As I mentioned earlier, trust is the new currency, and brands and creators that earn it, sustain it, and deepen it are the true winners of Influence 3.0. This session is also going to be exploring authenticity, intent, transparency, AI-driven trust indicators, and most importantly, the evolution of credibility. Thank you so much. I'm going to be inviting our panelists over here. My first panelist is Tejas Dhoke, content creator. A big round of applause for Mr. Tejas, please. Thank you so much. I believe you all can hype him a little louder by clapping a little louder, please. Yes, thank you. Deserves every bit of it. My next speaker is Ishika Bhargava, who's again another very popular content creator. Give it up for Ms. Bhargava, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My next speaker is my brother man Kushal Pawar, content creator, actor, wearing multiple talents, all under one body. How are you, brother? So good to see you after a long time. My next speaker is Aditya Sharma, who's the head media and digital at Piramal Consumer Healthcare. A big round of applause to Mr. Sharma as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. The panel is getting bigger and better. My next speaker is Suruchi Gupta, who is the Vice President Strategy at M-Caffeine and Hyphen. A big round of applause for her as well, please, Ms. Gupta ke liye zor se taali. My next speaker is Ved Narayan Sirdesh Pandey, who is a Director, Consumer Digital at Mondelez. A big round of applause for sir as well, please. Thank you. Lots of valuable insights. Panel getting bigger and better. Fantastic. My next speaker is Harsh Kapadia, Chief Creative Officer at Grey India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Warm regards from our end. Thank you. And to moderate this session, we have with us Monish Shah, who is the founder and CEO at Illuminati Media, beg your pardon. Big round of applause for Monish Shah, please. Thank you so much, sir. He's been kind enough as a presenter as well earlier. Thank you so much for being with us throughout. Love your resilience and patience, and the timer is on. We look forward to some really, really knowledgeable stuff from all of you. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Am I audible? Sounds good. Okay. Hello, yeah, better? Okay, awesome. I have a fortunate opportunity to host the last panel of the day. I hope people are not sleepy. I'll start my conversation with regards to digital influence. In my view, digital influence has grown faster than any other forms of communication, but trust hasn't grown at the same pace. Audience today don't just follow. They notice pattern, consistency, and intent. Trust is built when creators feel aligned with brands, brands feel confident in their creators, and audience feel respected and informed. Today's panel brings together creators who speak the language of audience, brand leaders who balance credibility with business goals, and voices that understand culture and community. Introducing our esteemed panel next, we have Tejas Dhoke, one of India's most dynamic dance creators with massive digital following and a knack of turning choreography into viral content. Now he's taken a leap from being an influencer to entrepreneur with Dance Fit Medianis, a dance and fitness platform designed to turn everyday movement into lifestyle. So let's welcome Tejas. Next, we have Ishika Bhargava, a dancer and lifestyle influencer known for her vibrant content across dance, fashion, and makeup. Through expressive routines, everyday lifestyle movement, and brand collaborations, Ishika connects with audience in a way that feels energetic, relatable, and visual engaging. Let's welcome Ishika here. We have Kushal Pawar, I hope I got the name right, is a content creator whose characters and stories have become part of everyday digital conversations. Known for his relatable reels, cultural sketches, Kushal captures the nuance of real life in a way audience instantly recognize and relate with, helping him build strong trust engagement with his audience. Welcome to the panel. And from the brand side, we have Aditya Sharma, Head of Media and Digital at Piramal Consumer Healthcare. Aditya leads digital, media and performance strategy for brands in a category where trust and credibility are extremely important. His role involves balancing consumer trust with business growth and ensuring that digital communication is both responsible and effective. Welcome, Aditya. I believe you have the hardest job on the panel. We have Suruchi Gupta next. She is the Vice President, Creative Strategy at MCaffeine and Hyphen, and the creative force behind both brands' distinctive identities. She leads design, packaging, and brand storytelling with a strong focus on driving measurable business growth. From campaigns to product packaging, every creative decision is data-led, guided by consumer insights and performance metrics to meet her real business objectives. With deep expertise in creative direction, brand strategy, and digital-first communication, Suruchi brings sharp, actionable perspective into building scalable and high-impact campaigns. Welcome, Suruchi, on your panel. We have Ved Sir Deshpande, Director, Ecom Marketing and Consumer Data at Mondelez. Ved works across digital platforms, data and e-commerce to strengthen how one of world's most well-known brand, Mondelez, connects with consumers. With upwards of 18 plus experience in the field, he brings clear view on how scale, technology and trust come together in the digital ecosystem. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Harsh Kapadia, Chief Creative Officer at Grey India. Harsh leads creative thinking and brand storytelling for one of the leading global advertising agencies. With more than 2 decades of experience across India and global markets, he brings a strong cultural and creative perspective on how ideas shape trust and long-term brand relevance. Welcome, Harsh, and welcome our entire panel. Hope we have a wonderful discussion today. So let me start with some questions. First stages. From creators' point of view, what does trust with your audience look like today?
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me and having me on the panel. Hello to everybody. How are you guys doing? I'm seeing some low faces, so I just thought of cheering you up. So in today's time, I think trust means connect. Means companionship. So in my story, in my life, I think I have had ups and downs in front of people directly. Like being on social media, what happens is we grow up in front of people. And even if we only show the positives of the life, sometimes people just sense that something is wrong with you. And during those times, I'm fortunate enough to get a message at the right time, at the right place, when somebody just comes up and says, you know, you have inspired me during this moment, and that has actually changed my life. So for me, that trust has resonated with me a lot. That connection felt real. And then because I have 2 sides of it, being a performer on social media while being a dance teacher in real life, people have actually come to me in person and have said that. So I think both ways, in the digital real space as well and in real space as well, I have seen the connection happen. That converts to money also, that converts to your students also, that converts to them being consumers also. But I see it as a community and less as consumers.
Very well said.
Thank you.
For everybody, he just very recently got married about 2 weeks back with his dance partner. So yeah, cheers to him.
Thank you.
For Ishika, as a creator with relatable content, how do you sense when your audience truly connects with your content? If at all they don't, what do you do?
So I think, like they just said, that connection comes over time. I think attention can be borrowed, but trust is built. Like you're not able to, if you're not authentic with your followers, in just talking to them. And I feel like now, if you see even on social media, you're seeing the trend of the realer the content, the more it works. Like the high production videos are doing much lower in terms of engagement compared to real just talking in front of the camera and just getting ready or whatever. But I think overall I've seen that the more you're able to understand what the consumers are wanting to see. I have like he said, like we've grown up with our brand. So earlier I used to be only dance creator, but now I feel like I'm a creator. Different parts of my life come on the channel, right? I do fashion and travel. So right now, if I went to Switzerland, I've told my audience that I did this to make myself warm. Like this is what I used. Just that talking, and I see my DMs and I say that this is what we use and this is what we felt about that product that you're talking about. And I feel like that conversation and like actually replying to the comments and building that community is where I see trust going.
Well said. To Kushal next. Your characters feel very real in everyday life. I mean, I've personally seen a lot of your content and it just is like very Mumbaikar vibe, right? And so how does like relatability help audience trust your content?
हेलो एवरीवन. तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि जो डेली टू डेली लाइफ में लोग होते हैं ना, उनको हम देखते हैं बट मतलब ऐसे ही बस वो हमारे पेरिफेरल में होते हैं, उस पर उतना ध्यान देता नहीं है कोई. और जब मैं उनको सेम चीज़ स्क्रीन पे दिखाता हूँ तब उनको रिलेट होता है कि अरे हाँ, ये हमने ऐसा देखा हुआ है कैरेक्टर और हमारे साथ भी ऐसी सिचुएशन हुई है. तो तब जाके वो ट्रस्ट बिल्ड होता है कि सेम टाइप की चीज़ें जब वो देखते हैं, जैसे स्टेशन पे सुबह सुबह जल्दी में इडली मेंदू वड़ा खाना और वो सारी चीजें, मतलब वो के, और ऐसे कोई ट्रस्ट बिल्ड करने की बात नहीं है. आई एम वन ऑफ देम. तो उसमें मेरे को कुछ ज्यादा करना नहीं पड़ता है. मतलब मुझे नहीं पता कि ऐसे टेक्निकली, जैसे भाई ने बहुत मस्त बोला, बट इतना मैंने उस पर कभी थॉट डाला नहीं है कि कैसे होता है ये, टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
No, but for people like us, जब हम लोग आपका content देखते हैं, we see like things like say आपने office party में enjoy किया and then suddenly like next day you are seeing that okay, you know what, I'm on PIP suddenly, right? So those are kind of content that just sticks with you, right? So yeah, well,
I think मैं कोशिश ये करता हूँ कि मैं अपनी जो जिंदगी उसको और अच्छे से जीऊं ताकि मैं वही सेम चीज अपने कंटेंट में ला सकूं.
Nice.
बस ये. Thank you.
To Aditya, how do you gauge credibility amongst creators, especially in a sort of a crowded category, which is, how do you gauge credibility?
So now that's the currency for any influencer campaign. Credibility is something which is something as a factor you look for every creator to have it, right? So for me, influencer outreach or influencer marketing has crossed that bar of only doing reach only, right? So it is, not industry specific of a consumer healthcare. It is across all the industry. You look at the credibility. I think all the three creators have spoken about that, what trust, what credibility they bring it to their community. That is a very important aspect. And I look at much more deeper. I look at the content. I look at that, okay, what kind of shares, saves, what kind of content they are creating in which community is having a conversation with that creator. And that's where you bring that relevance that this particular creator is real to their community. They are bringing conversation which matters the most to their community, and that's where I look at the genuinity of it. So if you ask me that, okay, how credibility is important for consumer healthcare, yeah, it is a pretty much we say that lab coat are the KOLs of consumer healthcare, but I go beyond lab coat creators. I go with the genuine creators, like whether it is from lifestyle, whether it is from mothers, influencers, or fintech or whatever. Those are real people which are mattering to their community. So yeah.
Well said. Well said. Suruchi, to you next. Your brands M Caffeine and Hyphen work very closely with creators. How do you ensure that collaborations feel authentic as possible? I mean, being from the agency side, we have seen where brands want to make it like a digital ad, and creators want it as organic as possible, right? So the balance is a bit challenging, right? How do you achieve it?
Thank you first of all for having us here. I'll break this question into 3 legs, right? When we work with creators, again, I think so trust, as doubling down on all 4 of them have said, comes down to authenticity, right? But for a brand, when we are working with the creator, the first thing that comes is the particular creator relevant to the brand, or probably, for the lack of my word, probably fit a better fit to the brand, the kind of audience that creator has, right? The kind of trust that the audience has on that particular creator, does that resonate with our brand, our audience? I think so that's the first thing that we check, right? Second, building the trust as a brand becomes very important when we are educating our consumers. As a brand, as a creator, when we collaborate, we try to put forward the best possible communication that we can give to the consumers. We are a product company, right? We have products. So we make sure that we touch down to this very point, that what we are offering to the consumers. Say, for example, if I have an ad, right, and I'm collaborating with a particular creator, the audience is also looking up to that creator for something, probably to add some value to their life, right? Probably it can be entertainment, it can be education, it can be looking up to some product recommendations. So at the same time, as a brand, they look up to us for a good product which will solve their need. So tapping on that helps to create a better trust. And third is marrying the brand and the creator. So as a brand, we would love if creators share their input to us, ki, we agree this is what your product is, but this is what works on our page. So as a brand, I think so collaboratively that builds trust better. So yes.
Nice, well said.
Thank you.
To Ved, how has influencer-led commerce changed the way consumers discover and choose products digitally?
It's massively changed, to be honest with you, right? So if you look at a few years ago, a lot of our sort of discoverability was through search, right? The intent, so it was consumer intent going to search and then discoverability. I think a lot of that has changed to discoverability, passive attention. So we are just scrolling on social media, and you passively get information about products and services. I think that itself is a huge change from how intent-based products and services search to a more discovery-led passive attention kind of a model, right? So in that perspective, a lot has changed. And hence the rewiring of how products and services are getting seamlessly integrated in influencer conversations. So it's owning your consumer feed, so to speak. And once you start appearing in consumer feeds naturally, I mean, that's the best way of getting discovered. so to speak, right? And just to add, I think the whole mechanism of the model of awareness, consideration, and purchase has collapsed. I think the classical model is to build awareness, drive consideration through product features, and then at point of sale, drive some sort of nudge for the people to buy. All of that used to be a huge cycle. And I think that's collapsed between a few seconds now. So you discover a product, you click on something, you go on a platform, and that's delivered in 10 minutes. So the cycle of this whole model of awareness, consideration, and purchase, and then further down loyalty, is just collapsed in 2 minutes rather than days or months. Yeah. So massive change.
It is. To Harsh, with your 2 decades of experience, why do some brand ideas stay trusted for years while others fade very quickly? From creative angle, how do you sort of create that kind of idea that just stays with the audience for very long duration?
Yeah, so I think there's a few factors. There's no one factor that causes success or failure. But I think one of the things I would say in modern days is confidence. I think when you lack that conviction or that confidence, because from the time someone presents that idea to you, the idea is bought, it going into production, to partnering with a lot of the creators, to actually going to market. If you keep changing your mind, that idea keeps going in all directions, right? And there's always, on the creative side, there's always an analogy: throw 10 balls at someone and they're going to catch none, right? You throw one, there's a chance they'll catch it, right? There's still no guarantee they'll catch it, right? And I think if the brand doesn't have conviction in what they're putting out, and different factors around them starts swaying them or starts making them nervous, I think what you originally got excited about and you bought as an idea to go out there starts losing its weight, starts losing its simplicity and power. And sometimes I think that in itself can unnerve the whole thing, right? It doesn't matter whether you get in the best creators, the best directors, the best media buy, your messaging is going to be all over the place. And I think that conviction is really important. To me, if you have that, the quote unquote bold idea that you bought up front, it will only continue to stay bold if you don't waver. Now, I don't mean by that is leave it the way you saw it to day one. There's always room for improvement, right? But the key is improvement, and what is that improvement is always subjective, right? Sometimes your brand may have gone through something that didn't work 5 years ago. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it won't work today. Maybe it was too ahead of its time. Culture constantly changes. And I think one of the things is relevance. Now, relevance is something, again, very subjective, right? If as a marketer, as creative people, as marketers, we always say, it's not about relevancy to me or the brand team. It's relevancy to the consumer. And not always are we part of that audience, but for us to understand that audience is going to be really important. I mean, you said something to Kushal about how his content is so relevant, and he talked about, well, I'm just doing what I do, right? But his audience connects with that, right? And I think brands have that same thing as well, but with another layer of being able to sell. But top of mind is in someone's mind. So when they feel like having a chocolate or they feel like having a beer, it's your brand that they think of first. And simplicity and conviction to me are the most important things.
Very well said. Actually, I do want to follow up a little bit. So a lot of clients that I've spoken to, right, we end up, or the clients end up thinking that they are the ideal customers. And from ideation point of view, that sometimes is suicidal, right? Like, I may not be an ideal consumer for a particular brand, but I will always keep on thinking from, if I was the consumer, will I be enticed by this, right? So how do you sort of identify or remove that bias from creative thinking?
I think at the end of the day, it's what you're surrounded by. If you're constantly surrounded by the things that your audience are not connected to and something else. Your own taste will be shaped like that, right? So, you know, not answering your question directly, but indirectly would be when at the agency, when art directors are using stock images and then they say, oh, the client never buys good art direction. I'm like, you made them get that taste. You keep showing them horrible images in comps, and then that's what they want. Show them, like, make your comps when you're presenting ideas with the best photographers. And when they say use stock, you're going to see the difference, but you're programming the brain for someone to just like that stuff, right? So some of that taste comes from curation and being exposed to it. Like, you know, for creative people, we constantly have to be, I mean, you'll see ads, right? Like if you just look at content and ads, if you get inspired by other ads, you're making yet just another ad. If you're inspired by other categories, other content creators and everything, then you're making something different, right? At the end of the day, you have to keep bursting your own bubble, you know, and something where you said about, you know, we went from search, where we used to be curious people, to go searching for things. Today, we expect the algorithm to bring shit to us. Sorry, stuff to us, right? And when things come to us, means it's only coming to what the algorithm thinks you are interested in. It's not bursting your bubble. So if you can't stay curious, you're going to keep having those same debates of, but this is what I want. For years, I know my consumer. I know what my consumer wants. You don't. You're going to have those constant debates and those discussions. And that's where, you know, then testing comes in, and you find 5 people who will tell you why this is good and why this is not good. But you kind of start losing control of that brand conviction as well.
Yeah, well said. Coming to Tejas again, you have recently ventured into entrepreneurship yourself with your app DanceFit. How do you manage to leverage your online presence and credibility into paying customers, right? Because that's, I think, one of the most difficult parts, even from brand point of view, is to how do I convert my fans or followers into paying customers?
So my challenge, or let's say any creator's challenge, is to actually sell. Because what happens is, the moment you start saying buy this, buy that, you become a brand and you are no longer a creator. You're not sharing your journey. You're not talking about what you like, what you dislike. You're not doing your own thing. But now suddenly you want to sell something. So I have failed miserably for a very long time. So I've not recently ventured into it. It has been a long 9-year journey. But this has been the success where I think I can now call myself founder, because I was finding for a very long time and now I have somehow found a little bit of it. So the idea now is, I have actually realized to not try and sell, but to come back to the why I started doing what I do, and then sort of tell that why. For an example, I have started dancing because, not just because I like dancing and looking cool, that is obviously one of the things, but dance has done a lot to me. To my personality, it has given me confidence. To my body, it has given me postures, fitness. In my real life, I have been someone who is able to speak in front of so many people because of what I do. So I have started talking about that. And the biggest win for me was, I have actually healed through dancing. I have actually gone through a mental phase where I was not doing very well. And dance was able to bring me back, or let's say not even bring me back, bring me to a better, stronger position. So from the moment I have started sharing that and showing the actual person that I am, not the very steady, strong choreographer that people used to see, I have seen a large jump of people joining my mission. Now joining my mission by paying the fees is understandable, because we are running an app, we run offline studios, so we also have to pay the bills. And I have never seen a person coming to me and saying, why should I pay? They just want to have the trials for free. They maybe want to experience a class before they join. And most of the people that I see are hesitant. Maybe they want to do this, do that, but hesitant in a way to take it. So I think I have seen both sides, being a creator, you know, selling somebody else's product and, you know, being done with that one video. But now to creating our own version of service and constantly doing the promotion while not, you know, actually making it look like a promotion. But the mission has always come to the help, and now I have many more people joining my mission. So when you actually convert, sir rightly said, when you have the conviction to do something, when you have actually you follow through with your values, you actually live what you preach, things will fall in place.
Nice, well said. To Ishika, what helps you build long-term trust with your audience in this rather short-term attention economy?
Yeah, I think for me, I believe that trust isn't lost by monetization, it's lost by misalignment. Like, because the audience is not opposed to brand ads and all of that. It's like if you're unauthentic, they can recognize that. Like you asked Harsh, like how do you know what the customer will like if you're not the customer? So I think like how Steve Jobs had said that in a boardroom you always leave one chair empty for the customer and like try to think from their perspective. I think for me is leaving that chair empty for my audience and thinking like I know that brand needs these things to come out, but what will my consumer like? What will my audience connect with without being inauthentic? So I'm able to like connect the two dots by saying that by being some, like if the brand needs something, I'll say some storyline of my life that they have already witnessed and they know that I am talking through my experience, and that's how I try to build trust without breaking their trust.
But then, so sorry, following up. So what about the brands that then end up saying that, okay, you know what, this is a paid content. I want the story to be exactly like this, right? So,
Yeah.
so how do you come in the middle?
No, the thing is, I also pick the brands I know that I can somehow build authentic content for. Like sometimes I would get ads about like potential brand collaborations about like medicine and all of that. But I know that my audience is not going to believe anything I say because I've never spoken about it. So I know from there I have to say no to the brands. But now if I've said yes to brands and now they're coming up with things that they want me to do, I try to like fight my way through the conversation as much as possible. And I think brands are also understanding. Like I feel like all the brand representatives here like are understanding that the responsibility of you wanting to sell versus my responsibility of me trying to be authentic with the customer or my audience has to be married. Like they've all like agreed that, so I think once the brands are starting to be open, like the collaborations are being a lot more seamless. I think when my journey like 4 years ago versus recent like 1 or 2 years ago, the brands have started like asking me for ideas, agreeing to some concepts and stuff. So I think it's getting much better.
It is getting
Yeah.
that's true.
I just want to build on also. I think what's happening is the criteria for success and algorithms are constantly changing, right? So what happens is the creators are constantly in touch with what's working for them, right? And the brands are in touch with what's working for them. Somewhere the two need to marry. Sure, brands will keep saying they want XYZ and creators will keep saying they won't do XYZ or they want this other XYZ. But somewhere if there's no common ground, you'll see that in the performance of that piece of work.
Yeah.
So, and some of it honestly is also a little bit of trial and error as well. I think if you keep following the same formula as well, at some point people are bored with that as well. Doom scrolling works because people are on autopilot, right? And the piece of work will also be doomed then. Somewhere you have to break out of that doom scrolling for someone to stop, right? And I think that's where, again, I keep coming back to the algorithm. The algorithm is a really messed up word. And I think that's the job, I think, of most people here is how do you constantly break the algorithm? And the people who are in the algorithm, keep them in the algorithm, right? Like, I think that's the job really.
But also I feel that nowadays, or for some time now, a lot of influencer content is being used for performance and for other uses, right? And what works in a performance ad versus what works on the influencer content is different. So I have faced this issue with a lot of brands where, like, okay, what, we want to also run ads on this. So we want the content to be like this. And yeah, I mean, just daily issues with most brands. But moving on to Kushal. Kushal, when brands collaborate with you, how do you keep the characters and stories feeling as real as possible and not scripted or branded? Like just following up the question, right?
वापस पूछना एक बार क्या बोले?
So when
थोड़ा माइक आप ऊपर पकड़ो.
Sorry. So I hope I'm audible, right? Yeah. Oh. So when you collaborate with brands, how do you keep your characters and stories feel as real as possible and not scripted? Because most of your content is of that very daily Manus who is living the Bombay life, right? So then how do you make sure that it doesn't feel scripted?
So I have a lot of characters that I play. So I have office going person, I have person who is always on the street. तो ऐसे बहुत माल है अपने पास. तो कहीं ना कहीं वो फिट हो ही जाता है. मैंने एक बार एक ब्रांड एजेंसी को बोला था, बहुत हंसे थे मुझ पे वो. मैंने कहा था कि मैंने थिएटर की और एक्टिंग की और इतना कंज्यूम किया है फिल्म थिएटर इतनी सारी कि मैं माचिस की तीली से लेके बुर्ज खलीफा तक बेच सकता हूँ. बस मुझे मौका चाहिए वो कि मैं कहाँ फिट होके उसको इम्प्रोवाइज करके मतलब ज्वाइन कर सकूं सीमलेसली तो नहीं होता है, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. इट्स मतलब 10 में से एक आध हो जाता है कि पता नहीं चला यार. बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इन टूडेज टाइम थोड़ा अगर फोर्स फिट भी है फिर भी ऑडियंस रिलेट करती है. क्यों? क्योंकि वो भी बहुत सारी चीजें नहीं फिट होती है उनकी लाइफ में, फिर भी वो कर रहे होते हैं. सो दे फील इट. कमेंट आ जाता है कि नहीं हो रहा फिर भी कर रहा है ये. सो आई थिंक स्टिल इट इज रिलेटेबल एंड दे बाय इट कि हाँ चलो ये ठीक है, इट्स अ ब्रांड वीडियो.
Yeah, but like, so in my experience, I have seen most of your branded content that just comes organically on my feed as compared to a lot of other creators whose branded content seems very forced.
Can you please tell this to other brands also? No, I try. I really hard.
You do a great job at that, to be honest. I've seen a lot of creators and they really don't, or I don't know if it's their issue or it's the brand mandates.
No, it's also my team. My manager fights for me and he मतलब वो convince करता है वो भी brand को कि नहीं please listen to खुशहाल और ये हम बीच का रास्ता ढूंढ लेते हैं क्योंकि पैसे तो मुझे भी चाहिए. तो वो हो जाता है मतलब.
Yes. Aditya, what indicators help you all understand whether the creator is driving real impact and not nowadays not just views or likes for that matter?
So, see, everyone is speaking of that. Platform is changing, attention is reducing, media is fragmented. All these, let's call it as an algorithm, which is changing and it is changing faster, right? So, brand needs to evolve if you have to push that envelope further, right? So, yes. Vanity metrics is something which is there, part of my dashboard, which I keep on looking at it, whether cost optimization is happening or not. I go one step further and see that, okay, what's the earned value which your total campaign is bringing on the table, all right? So I will not look at a particular creator, and say that, hey, whether the index has moved or not. I will look at a campaign as to campaign has delivered the conversation, campaign has delivered the virality, not a virality, but let's say conversation point of view. If that has moved, the campaign has delivered well. So I'll call it as an earned media, so to say. If that has moved for a brand, then it has done a pretty credible job. I think everyone is talking about it, which is like a story arc or being a disruptor in the cluttered category. Yes, that is something which each creator brings to the table. So you try and see that each creator which comes into the fold, what is if it's a reel, what is the completion rate? So we directly go, we ask the either the rep partner or the creator themselves is like, okay, what was your last video which you had made? What's the completion rate? What's your average completion view rate your consumer, your followers are, or you are bringing to the table, so to say, and then try and see that how differentiated a particular creator is versus the other, and then take a call. So these are little heightened metrics which we try and bring it onto our dashboards and see that one creator versus the other. But in campaign after campaign, my metrics is like what is the total earned media value each campaign is bringing on the table. So yeah.
But the follow up to that, do you think sooner or later influencer marketing is going to be pure play affiliate or performance in that sense?
No, platform is not going to make them as an affiliate, so to say. It's going to keep on evolving. We have seen how I was talking about these metrics. Think about it. In last 3 months, community came like in last 1 year, so to say, right, guys? Then now a repost is there. So apart from shares and saves, now repost has come. All these are engagement-led metrics which the platforms are bringing to the table. YouTube has started saying this that, hey, Reels is for Meta. Let me bring Shorts. YouTube is optimizing Shorts because what Ved was mentioning that, Google search is not the only place where people will go and type about the brand. It is going to get discovered on these platforms. So platform will keep on making it interesting. Creators are here who are going to keep it disrupting. Brands needs to take it understand saying this that okay, what this particular media will do good to their media plan. So I feel that in my media plan, influencer was sitting at a burst of a campaign here and there. Now it's a line item which I follow through in every media plan. So yeah, that's been the change. So it is going to be pretty interesting for platform, for audience, for creators and brands. Yeah.
Thank you. Very well said. Suruchi, according to you, how does pop culture influence the way you choose creators today? And also pop culture is like sort of there for very short duration, right? To quickly integrate into the campaign. How do you think that influence and eventual acceptance work with brands?
तो पॉप कल्चर का डेफिनेशन बहुत अलग होता है सबके लिए. फॉर सम probably the pop culture can be translated or articulated as the language you are talking to the consumer, probably the kind of content they are consuming. So the culture for probably you can be different, the culture for me will be different. Depends on what I am offering to the consumer. Say for example, Tejas has a dance audience, right? So the kind of culture that his audience will be following will be very different. And we have a product company. So the kind of audience and the culture that our consumers will be having will be very different. So it is very important, first of all, to understand कि आपके audience का क्या culture है, right? Second, that culture is going to evolve. So you have to evolve as a brand, as a creator, you will have to evolve. Say for example, if there's a very short-lived trend, right? We will have to evaluate that trend and ride on that wave. Probably that trend might stay for 3 days or that trend might stay for 3 months. So understanding that and riding on that is very important firstly. But I think so understanding the consumer and the relevance of that pop culture in your audience is probably more relevant for us.
I mean, one of the most recent pop culture element I see is, one day in Pakistan as a spy, right? And that kind of content pieces, like they go so viral so fast, and
Yes.
it's very important for brands to sort of associate with that kind of culture, right?
Yes. So that is probably trending for today, right? Probably will stay another month because I think so जब तक धुरंधर trend कर रही है तब तक I think so that trend is going to stay. But apart from that, definitely brands should ride on that. Definitely creators should ride on that. And I think so apart from that, there will be long-term trends as well. We recently did a campaign with Tanya Mittal. She's a big ex-Big Boss celeb, right? The kind of engagement that we've seen on that trend is probably बहुत छोटे टाइम में बहुत ज़्यादा रील्स हमें बहुत ज़्यादा हमें उसके ऊपर engagement दिखा. Probably if it would have been a different time, we might not have received that kind of traffic on that. think so. Again, the time where you choose and the time you deploy the communication, it also changes the relevance of culture.
Thank you.
you.
To Ved, where do influencers add real value in consumers' digital commerce journey? Like, is it like just your consideration or top of the funnel, or would you say for your specific portfolio of brands?
I think it's, as I've said, the awareness to consideration, purchase, loyalty, all of it is kind of collapsed and all of it is relevant. Potentially for different brands in the portfolio, one could be indexed higher than the other. For example, if you're launching something new, obviously the indexing would be higher on awareness and engagement, right? So we just recently launched Biscoff, for example. We did a massive influencer activity. I mean, you would see that we've painted the town red across multiple cities, and also reflects back on what we do with influencers, and that's linked back to commerce, so to speak, right? So awareness essentially is the primary motive for something that we launch, but also how does it track back to commerce is very critical that we close. But for example, if we take any other brand in the portfolio, like Bonvita, for example, it's more around consideration, right? So indexing more on the health benefits of nutritional, not health benefits, I'd say nutritional value of Bonvita, and then how mom influencers can really drive that, right? So, and there could be potential opportunities within the purchase link, right? On the purchase loyalty side. And coming back to moments or popular culture, you already have a calendar. Indians love calendar, right? Marketeers love calendar. Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, India, Pakistan Day, everything is locked in the calendar. So all agencies, marketeers already know what days we want to promote what aspect, right? So these are mini micro moments that you're already are aware of, right? So whatever fits, like Valentine's, for example, silk is a great fit, and hence we already start working on something specific around that micro event. And that really works from a commerce angle as well, right? Because if you're creating content around it, which is very specific, is dovetailing back into brand comms and then link back to commerce, it really works. So I would say through and through for all touch points in the funnel, but depends on the purpose and the stage of where the brand is. Yeah, I would say.
Got it. To Harsh, with creators playing such a big role today, how has working with them changed the way advertising tells believable brand stories?
I think it's all about co-creation. I think as agencies, years ago you'd be like, it's my way or the highway, right? Now it's about being more open and collaborative, right? Within the creative department, we've always been collaborative, but now it's about being comfortable with the ownership, being co-ownership rather than pure ownership, and I think somewhere there's a fine line as well where you don't lose your role of being a brand guardian, right? Creators come and go. They have to also maintain their own brand essence, if you will. As creatives, our job is to make sure we marry the brand's standing and also the authenticity of the creator, or you lose the magic you're meant to be creating through it. If you look at, I just want to touch on Dhurandhar to the earlier question, right? That all the creator stuff that happened around it was beautifully orchestrated. It wasn't organic virality. It was all planned, right? If you just look at it, they took that scene of Akshay Khanna walking in and look at all the memes. It's all relatable. Walking into the office like I'm about to resign, they've literally hit on every nerve that someone right now is feeling and turn that into consideration. I want to go watch that movie, right? Without telling you to go watch the movie, right? And I think that's while you didn't see individual creators coming on camera and talking, the product is the movie. And they turned that into something where everyone's talking about. What they did was they got talkability and they got everybody talking about it. And now everyone doesn't mind going and spending 3.5 hours going and watching the movie. Whether it's long or short, it's done its job of, And yes, a lot of people are coming out saying the acting was phenomenal, everyone was outdoing each other, etc., etc. But also something unexpected happened, right? There were enough actors in there, and the one you'd expect to be at the front of everything wasn't the one at the front, right? So you were breaking the doom scroll as well. You were breaking people's expectations without telling them you were, and I think that's also, coming back to the question you asked me, is the perfect combination of how content that's made outside for the product can actually become consideration as well, and not just awareness.
But that balance is a bit too tricky to really,
I think
identify.
it comes back to confidence. If you're confident in your brand and you're confident in your instinct and your judgment, that's what it comes down to. And often what happens is, we get very nervous on, does the logo have enough time? Does the product have enough time? Am I saying all the things I have to say because I'm spending this much money on it? There are enough factors that make us nervous. If we can have that conviction and I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy at all. It's easy for a creative guy to say that, but I'm sure on the brand side, it's not as easy because you have to validate. The whole data thing has made you now make everything black and white, right? And, there has to be a factor of risk taking, and in some markets, risk taking is celebrated. In some markets, risk taking is not celebrated. You are answerable for every dollar or rupee that you spend. And I think sometimes early success allows you to do more of it. Success comes with permission to do it more and more and again and again. And, one failure, and as a marketer or as a creative, you would be just going, let me just play it safe. I still need my salary.
Yeah.
It's like Kushal, we all need our paychecks, right?
We have a little time, so I'm going to just ask all of you to just give me in one sentence, right? So we have 3 creators here and 4 or 3 from brand side, and I want all of you to just tell me one thing. Like, so creators, if you had to tell brands in one sentence that says that give me this creative freedom for my audience, right? So give me that one message that you want to tell to brands. One sentence.
There is much more than what you see behind the connection between the creator and an audience. I just have one sentence.
And you, Ishika?
I think content comes through practice, and we know content.
Brands would disagree, but Kushal, what would you say?
I'll say कि तुम मुझे freedom दो, मैं तुम्हें reach दूंगा.
Best said. And for all the brand managers here, you guys have had a lot of experience with creators. What is that one thing you want to tell them to ensure that approvals are quick, right? One message.
We should think long term. It is not about one reel. We should think that, okay, when the collab is happening between brand and the creator, you should think a little more. That will be my POV.
We guys will be sharing an audience. Let's collaborate on the content together.
I'll go with the common theme for the day, right? Which is, the brand brings authority and the influencer gets authenticity, right? So I think the marriage of a brand and influencer can only happen when the two meet, authority and authenticity. Yeah.
And Harsh, for you, creatively speaking, how would you say that both should marry? Because I think you and I are on the same boat here.
I always say, let us break the algorithm. Otherwise, you'll stay in the doom scroll bubble.
Fair. Thank you, guys. Today's conversation has made one thing clear, that trust isn't built through perfect content or flawless metrics. It's built through consistency, cultural understanding, and respect for the audience. Creators earn that by staying real. Brands earn the trust by staying aligned. And audiences reward the trust with loyalty. Thank you all for being part of this discussion. And thanks to all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the
Thank you so
panelists.
much.
Thank you so much to you as well for moderating this so wonderfully. A big round of applause for all of them. Please, I'll request all of you to kindly remain on stage and wait. I'll request for the token of appreciations kindly, and I'll request Mr. Shah to kindly give the token of appreciation to all your panelists. You can start from the left and move towards the right. And then after all the giveaways are done, we'll do a nice group photograph with everybody over there at the front. Thank you so much. And Mr. Shah, if I can call you over here because you should get it as well. Your token of appreciation, if you allow me, from my end. Thank you so much. I request all of you to join over here at the front for a nice group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, if I may request all of you to clap and appreciate their incredible effort behind putting forward this wonderful story and narrative. Decoding digital trust, how to build credibility. I'm sure everybody has picked up cues from there in terms of building credibility. You've got the experts in the house themselves. Thank you so much. 100%.
I just wanted to say something that I've made a short film, guys. It's a very low budget short film that I've created for myself. And I really want you guys to go and watch it. It's on YouTube. It's called Khushiyan Swati Ki Koshish Raju Ki. Okay? So please, it's a 30-minute short film. And I hope you guys relate to the story. It's a romantic drama. So please, जब भी आपको वक्त मिले जरूर देखना और share करना. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. All the best. And I'm sure the kind of quality work that you will bring to the table, 30 minutes will fly and how. I'm sure everybody will enjoy, brother. All the best. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned about it earlier in the past as well. All you social media users, please use the hashtag for the day, which is hashtag IDIC 2025. So please keep posting and don't forget to tag Exchange for Media as well on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, X, everywhere. Thank you so much. And once again, before we move forward, I would like to extend our gratitude to our co-partner, Social Tweep, for supporting this edition of Influence 3.0. Like I mentioned, Social Tweep's Influence with us. Can we once again play the Social Tweep's presentation for our audience?
I am Vedita. Tell me this doesn't look like a part of my life.
What if the digital world wasn't a crowded place, but an open stage? What if your audience wasn't just watching, but waiting? We're Tweebstars. They are the rainmakers who bagged us brands like Samsung, Harley, Intel, Cetaphil, and more. Literally more. I mean, over 7,000 creators across India trust Social Tweebs and Tweebstars for exciting collaborations because of our Tweeb tool. Think of this as your AI-powered co-pilot in the creator universe. Analyzing millions of data points with 95% accuracy, it uncovers the smartest growth strategies and the most impactful collaborations. It's not just extensive data, it's your roadmap to success. Hence, the creators say,
Hi, my name is Bahar.
Hi, my name is Kaizar Wagila.
This is Gurleen, and it's always been a wonderful experience working with Social Tweets. Lots of love. The vibes are amazing.
Thank you, Social Tweets, for such a wonderful experience.
We had great fun shooting with the team.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for having
us, Social Tweets.
Big thanks to
Social Tweets.
and Tweetstars.
Tweetstars for having me here. It's wonderful. They're really supportive, very responsive.
I think as a team, they're fabulous together.
I can't wait to work again.
Cheers.
That's it about Social Tweebs, ladies and gentlemen. Social Tweebs Influence with us. Thank you so much. I'll request everybody